right. Hello and welcome to the People's Ascension. Good to be back. It's been a long week. I hope everybody had a nice Turkey Day, Thanksgiving for Americans, but it's always a good day to stuff your face. Anyway, yes, very busy week. So, welcome back to the People's Ascension. We are a Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition campaign stream, set in a unique world full of politics and religion and moral quandaries and all kinds of craziness that I have to put my characters through. And we just finished up with one of our mini story arcs, getting a fire elemental back to the fire plane after a promise that was made oh so long ago. But with that done, we're going to pick up with some character development, some party development, some downtime. But before we do that,
possibly some jail time.
Possibly, we never know what's going to happen with you people. A lot of interesting conversations are going to be had today. Anyway, thank you for joining us. For those of you who are new, thank you for coming along. And for those of you who come by every week, we thank you very much. And, of course, the best way to continue supporting the show is to tell people about us. I'm getting out amongst the greater Twitch community and gaming community. So you can find me in various places, usually under like-near or like-near levels. But I encourage you, if you enjoy our stories, to go out and tell people about us. Bring some new people to our community. And to go off of that, we have a Discord. Some people have already joined that Discord. So let's grow that Discord and actually have some cool conversations. We added a character art channel or fan art channel, which has some cool stuff up there already, provided by our own cast. So we're going to work on some of that to give you some visuals, but we always encourage your own renditions of what we do, and just general conversation. And
I was going to say, fair reminder, we're not artists.
Yes, we are not artists. I think they're very good for who we are. I think they're very good for normal people. Anyway, yeah, you distracted me there. Right, Discord. Yeah, so on top of just the regular channels and the art channels, and of course my friends here made me put on a meme channel. So that's a great repository for all kinds of nonsense. There's also available through Patreon a number of more specific channels devoted to lore and actually discussing the game, discussing the world and the world building process, getting to talk with us. So if you're interested in that, stop by Discord, stop by Patreon. And on top of that, Patreon offers different after shows, different lore drops, a number of things that will be coming at you, depending on how much support we get. So that's enough of that. Like I said, best way to help, tell your friends. And an interesting feature that I think haven't been using to its fullest is the Twitch clips. I know we had one really good clip in like the first episode or two. So if you enjoy a moment, go ahead and clip that and send that around, because that's always fun to go back and watch. Anyway, I've been rambling for enough. I think I covered everything. Let's cover who these people are. I'll go last because I've been talking a bunch. Let's see. Let's start off. Let's switch this up today. Let's start with Christian. You're usually last. Hello, Christian. Catch you off guard. How are you doing? What do you do? What are you playing?
Well, I play a lot of video games in my free time, and I like taking long walks on the beach when it isn't covered in virus.
Yes.
Yeah, but I play the character Ohmn, the newest member of this particular branch of the People's Ascension. The nameless group of
Group with no
ragtag
name.
heroes. I don't know. But yeah, he is a spell slinging, plate wearing war mage. Likes to refer to himself as a battlemancer because he thinks that sounds cooler. But yeah, that's me. I've got some interesting decisions to make.
Yes, you do. I'm so excited. Okay, let's see. Stephanie. Hello, Stephanie. How are you today?
I'm good. So yeah, I'm Stephanie. I'm playing Sevgi. She's a human sorcerer. I feel like I have to say this every time, but she was found in the swamp by the group.
We love that, though.
It's character defining.
Yeah.
Best part.
We found her in a swamp.
Not sure what else to say at this point. I always trail off.
Yeah, one of our two lightning casters, storm casters.
Yeah.
We call them the Tempest Twins.
Yep,
Yep,
the Tempest Twins. Yep,
As of last week.
yep.
Okay.
I enjoy that. Yeah, a very noticeable magic tattoo under the left eye. And we'll see about some interesting development in Sevgi's character today too. I think we'll see. Okay, Taylor, you're here too. Hello.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Taylor. I play Akila, the Goliath Bloodhunter, and I always forget mentioning this, but it's not the current version of the Bloodhunter. It's the older version because we like that one better. And she is going through some stuff right now. There'll be stuff going on in this session. I'm not sure exactly what, but apparently Superior's coming down to visit, which, that's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Look forward to it.
Okay, Stephen. Hello, Stephen.
Yes, I play Ander, the half-elf warlock. Fairly tall, thin, looks like he hasn't had a good night's sleep in a while, kind of dark circles under his eyes and sort of pale. And he is a warlock of the far one Zadok. And since Zadok is not a sanctioned source of power in this society, he is very much an illegal spellcaster and generally tries to keep his abilities under wraps, though due to the last adventure, Ohmn now knows 100% what he is, and his fate today hinges on what Ohmn decides to or to not tell anybody, and also probably some heavy discussions with the guild leader, who is also now aware of his abilities. Most of his magic is kind of oil-themed, sort of dark eldritch horror with a black, oily, starry bent. And he is generally accompanied by his familiar Redna, who is a small, oily blob with a brain in the middle that can shapeshift and take on various forms, generally small and generally with an eldritch horror bent.
Yeah, Zadok. Zadok is one of the far ones, which in this setting are generally to the people of Eos and the Genovian Empire regarded as the stars. And the stars aren't just pretty twinkly beams of light. They are encroaching, extraplanar, crazy monsters that are trying to get at the world that the gods have created and have protected. So Anders working with the enemy here.
They're misunderstood.
They're misunderstood. Yeah.
Zadok's perfectly nice once you get to know him.
Yeah. Okay,
No,
and
he's not.
It's a wonderful, oily sun or whatever he is.
Black hole sun.
Yeah. And finally, of course, Arlene. Hello.
Hi. You caught me just when I got an eyelash in my eye. Ow. Um, my name is Arlene. I play Tali, who is a Wood Elf Tempest Cleric who is serving Archlich, but more specifically Saint Lewena, who is the patron saint of elves. She is the other Tempest twin, and she, yeah, that's kind of most of everything for her.
Tempest
Yeah.
twins and the quote-unquote heroes.
Yep.
Like a band.
Yeah.
We're
Okay.
Tempest twins and we're sort of static.
Ha. Okay. Yes, and of course I'm Jack. Also known as Like Near Levels on various places. I am, of course, the GM. I pull all the strings in the background and try to make the world narratively interesting and mostly fun. Mostly.
Torturing us.
Yeah. Fun for you. So of course you can find me here every Saturday at 2:00 doing this. This is my baby. This is my original project. But I also made friends with ELH over at twitch.tv/ELHMK1. He's a great guy. He runs Cyberpunk and Star Trek Adventures, and I am on his Wednesday evening show at 8 p.m. Cyberpunk. I play a Netrunner. So if you want some Cyberpunk to
was
go
fun.
with, it was really fun. We just had our first episode this last Wednesday. So I encourage you to go to his channel. He also has a YouTube. Might be up by now, not sure. And check out that first episode because it was super fun. We pulped some clowns and stole a limousine and got cheeseburgers.
And ate cheeseburgers.
Yeah, that was my shining moment. It was super fun.
That's great, actually.
So if you want some Cyberpunk to go with the fantasy we have here, head over to ELH Mark 1, ELH MK1, Wednesday evenings, 8 p.m. Eastern, U.S. Eastern, and check me out there and check out the fun shenanigans we get up to. But right now, we are playing some D&D. So, let's see. We basically just finished up the last mini story arc. Largely self-contained, really, but let's go ahead and recap that, just to set the scene.
So, start off, I guess. We opened up with everyone in Anders' bubble. I can't remember what our alternative name that we came up for it was. Hospitable snot bubble or something like that. With what seemed to be, we were guessing, one of the giant 20-foot tall sentinel constructs stomping around outside and seemingly looking for us. I don't know if we realized at that point that it seemed to be actively searching, but we decided to just try and hunker down for the night, get some rest. In theory, we were in a safe spot, and making a run for it seemed like a bad idea at the time. Over the course of the evening, it seemed to distance itself. We could still hear it, but it seemed farther away. So the next morning, after we got some sleep, we decided to try and sneak our way to the exit that we knew we were close to, the tunnel out of this ancient city. We got almost to the edge of the city when we started running out of cover and finally got spotted. And so we decided to just make a mad dash for the exit tunnel. Well, most of us made a mad dash for the tunnel. Ohmn decided to make a charge for the Sentinel to try and draw its attention away from everyone so that we could all get out. Ander ended up giving himself and Ohmn flight to try and increase mobility and help things out. Devgi and Holly proceeded to turn the giant 20-foot tall Death Machine Sentinel into a Benny Hill sketch by dropping ice and storm and stuff on it. As did Ogrid. I think Ogrid threw down an oil slick.
Yep.
And so it just proceeded to fall, get up, fall, get up, fall. All while just going in the background.
Well, in your head anyway.
Yeah.
You don't have the license for that.
Everyone throughout this whole thing, everyone but Ander and Ohmn managed to get into the tunnel to safety. At that point, it hucked another giant rock as it had been doing at Ander, while Ohmn tried to make it to the exit. Ander ended up getting knocked out of the air, but thankfully Ohmn drug his entombed butt to safety. They caught a little bit of a fire blast, but thankfully not enough to actually do any damage. And everyone managed to get into the tunnel alive and mostly okay. I think a few people took some shrapnel from a rock on the way, but no major injuries. On the way out of the tunnel, Akila and Tali both tried to use the amulet of Roxana to open the hidden passageway, and both proceeded to embarrass themselves. I want to make sure I covered that because I definitely wrote that down, specifically that they embarrassed the crap out of themselves.
Sure, Tali embarrassed herself.
Akila embarrassed herself more, for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing that, but I'm not sure Tali did. Because it's Tali.
That's fair. I'm not
And
sure
it was
if she's
probably
capable.
still endearing somehow.
Made our way out through the steamworks that we came in from. When we got back to the city, Ogrid decided to throw a big old giant feast to celebrate our success, and because he wanted an excuse to tell stories. Which, hey. Next morning, we headed out of town with the knowledge that we'd made friends in House Cindercarn and made a bit of a name for ourselves in the city. Made the uneventful trip back to the guild hall in Dupont, where I think really all that happened was Ohmn went to go talk with Laureen. I keep wanting to say Lurleen. That's very much not right. Went to talk to Laureen about replacing his unfortunately mostly destroyed spell book. And at the end of it, I think we left off with her asking about his suspicions that he had about Ander when they left.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
There was also a little scene between Stavika and Akila.
Oh, that's true.
Where Akila wants to tear out an old woman's throat now.
Well, two actual major developments in that short conversation. One, you confess to using your powers despite being told not to.
Mm-hmm. I get good reasons why.
Yeah.
Like, there was context.
Yeah. And that your alpha, your original pack leader, is coming to bear witness to your judgment. So that's going to be interesting. Yeah, I think that.
Doggy daddy.
What? I didn't hear what you said.
Good.
I have an idea of what you said, though.
Yeah, so that basically covers everything. Unless anyone has anything to add. No? Okay. Yeah, so we are picking up on the 13th of Shoal, we are back at the guild hall. I believe this is still the evening that you just returned. So not a lot of time has passed. There's sort of been not even the initial debriefing, but you walked in, you set your stuff down, and then everyone sort of scattered amongst their own immediate business. So it's late afternoon at this point. The sun's starting to go down. You can meet for an evening meal. And then it just comes down to who you want to speak to about what and in which order. So I'm going to throw this to you guys however you want to pick up, whether that be having your own personal conversations, having a group meeting, or talking with whoever you want to talk with.
I think Ohmn was still in a conversation, weren't you? Or did you actually?
Oh, we did kind of leave him in the middle of it, didn't we?
Yeah, strictly speaking.
Yeah. I think there was pause to get up and do something else, and then another conversation was sparked as you were leaving, if I remember correctly. So if you want to leave and come back, or if you want to continue the conversation, or if you need time, we can start with somebody else.
Does anyone else have anything specific they wanted to get to? I want to finish this conversation before we do our briefing with Regina.
No, I didn't have anything particular in mind.
Not really anything important.
Like I said, no one else is jumping at it, so I think you're free to go.
Yeah. It's a cold open, started in the middle of this conversation, one of the more important conversations of the day. But that is pretty much where we left off. And I think your report shapes what everybody else is going to do.
Fair enough.
So, let's see. Yes, just to set the scene, and get everyone's head back in it. You have been in the library with Laureen, the Arcane Census sort of liaison for the People's Ascension Guild. Somebody originally brought in for a completely different character, but who has stayed to be sort of a magical consultant for the guild. A relatively young Azamar woman, angelic features, pale, soft skin, long blonde hair. Anyway, you've been having a conversation with this woman about mainly about your spell book, how it was destroyed, and how you plan on basically starting from scratch and making a brand new spell book. And of course, you did lose a number of spells, so she offered to help you with one spell in particular. I believe Find Familiar, but then also recommended that you're probably going to have to go to Carquin in order to get the supplies that you need. Perhaps go to the Arcane Census district up there and replace other spells however you choose to do that. And as you were having this conversation, or as this conversation was being wrapped up, she hesitantly asked about Ander and about what happened during this last adventure that you went on. because I believe you pretty much volunteered to keep an eye on him because he was being weird. And you've sort of been skirting around the issue with focusing on your spellbook and focusing on the greater events of what was happening. But she does kind of press as you were thinking about leaving to report if any of your suspicions were warranted. So you did mention before you left that you would keep an eye on Ander. There was some question of exactly what he was bringing to the group, and she stops. You can see her lips move as if she's trying to formulate saying something, then shakes her head. How about you just tell me what happened, or if any concerns were addressed? She's very clearly skirting around, not really telling you what her concerns are, but of course I believe you know what her concerns are.
Yes, forgive me if it wasn't in the forefront of my mind on my return, but I will be brief and to the point. And I want to preface this with a man's past should not indicate his intentions and actions in the present, or the potential for what he will do in the future. I try to live my life with that knowledge, and I believe Ander to be a cautious, intelligent leader for this squadron. I suppose that's how it would be referred to. I thought it's strange the way he seemed to be able to command a fire elemental, speak to it without speaking. And when we started to get into combats with these creatures, these fiery constructs of sorts, I will admit for parts of them I was preoccupied paying attention to the bouts that I was a part of. So nothing seemed particularly out of the ordinary. During the time when I lost, and he sort of just pats the spell book at his side, I went entirely unconscious, and I came to with a strange creature resuscitating me. I thought perhaps it was some benevolent shadow creature from beneath this city. There were many strange things below, things I had never seen before. I asked the others, and they said they hadn't seen such a thing, so I didn't think too much of it. And again, I admit, shortly thereafter, I was preoccupied by the immediate loss of my entire life's work. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, but perhaps at the time it was bravery, or perhaps he saw something in the moment that the rest of us could not, but there was an illusory wall of fire that Ander took it upon himself to lead the way through. Nothing untoward came from it, but to the layman it would have seemed as though we had all been burned alive, just without the pain of it. Once we dropped the elemental off, and met a matron of the plane of fire, so to speak. Vastly powerful being. Again, I was beside myself as I basked in the strength and prowess that she exuded as she stood before us. It's not relevant, I just figured. In the return trips, as we made our way out, I did admittedly find myself wondering what it was that Ander was bringing to the table, aside from his knowledge and ability to speak with those around us, generally better than the rest of us. And as we were trying to find a way out, as our guide through the cavern was running away from two of these fire spirit possessed constructs, is when Ander displayed his spellcasting abilities. Strange abilities. In an attempt to slow down these creatures who surely would have caught up with our short-legged, sturdy guide, he puts down a echoing cold void, which is intriguing, something I've never seen before. Once we defeated our enemies swiftly there, there were some questions I had for him, but ultimately I decided that his actions were not to harm us, not to harm those that he had allied himself with. As I said, I find his character his choices to be more powerful than mistakes or wrong paths he has taken in the past. So it is not my place to judge. And once again, as he produced a shelter for us to offset the vast amounts of heat and to protect us from those who would harm us, so we had time to rest ourselves and proceed to the exit. This was another spell that was unconventionally produced. But again, it's the metal of the man that I think proves to be the forefront of his character. Where that solidified for me was on the escape. A massive creature that was possessed by the spirit of, as it was described, a fire giant that surely would have left us in pieces, torn apart, in flames, and scarred, without any thought for its surroundings. And frankly, as I engaged this creature and attempted to engage this creature in combat, it was apparent that nothing we could throw at it would have stopped its advance. And once again, Ander put himself in front of this, alongside me, knowing that his sacrifice could save the rest of us. And we made it out, I think, because of his leadership. But it is not my place to make judgment.
So Laureen this entire time has been feverishly jotting down notes about everything you said, and she even when you stop, when you pause at the end of that, she continues writing for a little bit longer, and then just sort of breathes in deeply and kind of holds it for a sec. Well, that was quite a thorough story. Okay. I admire the way you choose to view people. Sort of benefit of the doubt, as long as they prove themselves in the moment. I'm sure I was brought up in very different circumstances than you were. But what we do have in common is an oath to uphold the values of the Arcane Census for the protection of the Empire and our people. And you're right, it's not your place to judge. But it is your place to be vigilant. To be wary. And
Which is why I decided
right.
to speak of these things rather than keep them hidden.
Right. No, I appreciate the report.
I should point out, if it wasn't already apparent, at first, once Ander began exhibiting magical prowess, at first I thought perhaps he was taught by a magician thief. I think they are called a hedge mage, perhaps. But shortly, very shortly after, he was confronted. He openly admitted to being what the Arcane Census considers to be called warlock.
Okay. And you say in this time you didn't notice anything dangerous? Alarming in what he did, what he said, how he said it?
I think, unfortunately, both of us have a good understanding that danger is relative.
Right.
In the moment, Ander was simultaneously the most powerful and the weakest among us.
Can you
Nothing-
elaborate on? Oh.
Nothing about the spells that he cast seemed any more powerful than what I'm capable of. I think his power comes from his ability to persuade and perhaps deceive those around him. But the most dangerous things in that cavern were none of those around us. He was not a concern at the time.
At the time. Well, you
I don't feel like Ander has any ill intentions. But as I walked through the fog that he created, there was an overwhelming sensation that whatever was on the other side wanted to compel its knowledge to all of those around it. I cannot speak to whatever this creature may be. Its intentions are entirely shrouded. And I think that's the most worrisome part. But I feel Ander poses no threat.
Well, I believe at this point we can both understand his proficiency in deception. That's concerning. Whether it be his or whatever may be controlling him. And you say this entity from a other side is trying to compel you as well?
If my studies indicate anything, that yes, I believed it too. Or at least I was given a sensation as I was within the area of this inky fog. I can't really describe it. And I'll use a minor illusion to sort of conjure up an image of what it looked like, alternating from what it looked like from afar and what I saw when I was inside of it. As best as I can.
Yeah, as you do so, she does sort of lean into this illusion and try to examine it thoroughly. Okay. So it's your recommendation that... Well, what is your recommendation?
The way I was brought up in Ronvier was a way of bias and bigotry. I think we would have thrown Ander out, even if he was one of us, he expressed these capabilities, we wouldn't give him a second thought. But there is a reason I left that way of life. And my mentor, who brought me into the census, had a different way of thinking. And in fact, if it weren't for him, I had believed that I would never have been able to learn the magics that I use. I don't think, generally speaking, the census looks too kindly on those who desert a cause the way I did. Most don't. And I was given a chance to prove myself and to redeem myself. If it were up to me, I would keep a stern eye on him to ensure he does nothing untoward. But I feel like I'm not one to make such decisions.
Okay.
This is a matter of the safety of Eos and her citizens. I fully understand that. I would wonder what Regina, and I suppose by extension, Sarumoth and the People's Ascension, I would want to know what they decided before I made rash judgment.
Well, Regina has certainly been involved in this matter, in this investigation. Her recommendation will also hold weight. I'm sure Sarumoth will be privy to this information, but he is not exactly, as you would say, one to judge himself either. Nor am I. It's simply our duty, as I'm sure you understand, to present the information so that those who will judge fairly. This is certainly more complex than the last investigation. Okay. Seems I have some reports to write. I appreciate what you've done, what you said.
It's not my place to pry. You spoke of a previous investigation?
Some months ago at this point, there was another resident of this town who was suspected and later confirmed to be a sort of demon worshipper. Since his arrest, I haven't heard much about how that has unfolded. I don't know what the decision was, or really any more information than what I gave to them. But he was very clearly being manipulated, and was manipulated into doing some pretty terrible things. These creatures beyond our realm, when they can sneak their way past the gods, they have a way of meddling in what would otherwise be general decency. It's a corruption. They can make you think in small steps that it's worth small acts of deceit and pain and horror, and it builds. The most dangerous ones are not those who crash through and terrorize overtly. They're the ones that wait amongst us and scheme and deceive and wait until they're in a position to do the worst harm. That's what we have to be vigilant of. That influence doesn't belong here.
Hey, out of character real quick.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Ohmn definitely would have noticed the whitewood staff, right?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what makes these sort of things difficult. It's... I don't know, I have very little experience in any of this. That last investigation was the first I've really, well, I suppose was in charge of. At least initially. I, of course, have always heard of the dangers associated with learning how to manipulate the weave and how to, well, really bend reality with the spells that we know. And learning that without context, without knowing the responsibility of those powers, it's... I don't want to see what happened to this last individual happen to Ander. I just don't know any other recourse. I'll have to talk to some of your new comrades. I can't imagine this is a recent development.
I believe they were all aware.
This is exactly what we're taught to worry about. This corruption seeps into those around them. Small acts. And it just becomes normal. Well, you're right. It's not either of our places to judge. So, all I can do is continue to ask questions. There is one other thing you mentioned. I suppose putting Ander aside, you mentioned some immensely powerful matron figure.
Yes.
You kind of glossed over that.
It seemed partially irrelevant.
Right.
But yes, we met with Ogrid Cindercar, one seemed of high dwarven nobility, and he spoke of his matron. His combat style was very similar to that of my own, although wreathed in spiritual manipulation of the arcane weave, something that of a priest or otherwise. He spoke of this matron, and that his matron would know what to do with this fire element that we were going to bring there. She was a being not of this plane. She possessed so much power. She dominated that encounter with her greatness over all of us. I'll cast a minor illusion to try to bring a picture of
Okay.
of Roxana to light. I don't think this really does her power or justice.
Okay.
This creature seemed... It was told to us that she was defending this portal between planes to stop those that would do us harm from entering this room. This portal is something of a gate, I suppose, for the souls, the spirits of the dwarves themselves. At least that is their belief. There is a reverence in that city for the elements. In fact, in order to utilize the power of the volcano and also to protect them from its overwhelming power, they use these steam creatures, these steam methods. We seem to be working with them in tandem. It's quite fascinating, frankly. I know we don't have... I said we. The census doesn't have much sway over Cuttenrock. But I think there is much that the census could learn there.
Okay. Okay,
I guess I had more stewing than I thought.
Oh, no, you were very thorough. Well, I think I'm going to need a cup of tea, and then I'll get back to work. Thank you, for being vigilant. And thank you for talking. Well, I suppose that's all, unless you have anything more to add. So I'll work on this, and I suppose when you get your whole book figured out again, we can talk about that some more.
Yes, I will certainly return once I have the supplies that I need.
Right. Okay. Well, I am sure I will see you again at the proper debriefing.
Yes.
She
Yes.
collects all of her notes and stands up. Again, very much paying attention to her notes and not really you. Stands up. You see her cast something, mutter something under her breath as she walks back into her office.
Yeah, I will stand up and I will make my way to the canteen to look for something strong to drink.
Okay.
Just got Ander upstairs in his room, just whistling like, for once everything's finally going okay.
Yep.
And suddenly a shiver just runs down his spine.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, we can never trust Ohmn again.
Okay. Yeah, you stand up. The chair again creaks, releasing all of the pressure that's been put on it throughout this conversation.
If only I could make myself weigh less somehow. He chuckles
Oh
to
yeah,
himself.
only.
Yep. Yeah, the chair breathes a sigh of relief, and you leave and head over to the canteen, where you see Geordie preparing a kettle of tea. And
Someone ordered some tea.
yes, you can inquire about something to drink, and they do actually have a small barrel of whiskey that you can pour yourself a drink of. And I suppose that's where we're gonna leave you. So, is there anything anyone else wants to do before we get to the fallout of all of that? Any final meals or vacations you'd like to take?
Oh, while that was happening, Tyler probably went to find Tenoris to give him his
Oh yeah, his present.
his
Okay.
souvenir.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yes, you can. This again being the first evening you've been back for. It's been, I believe, over 3 weeks or so, because it was about 9 days there. You spent a couple days there and 9 days back, so it's been a few weeks. Yeah, you can go find Tenoris. At this time, the sun is pretty much setting. He's not out in the yard anymore. He's probably upstairs in his room. So you can head upstairs and knock on his door. I'll be right there.
It's
Yeah, you can hear him. The creaking of a chair as he gets up, and the patter of his footstep as he approaches the door.
He's really got a leg up on things.
You say that, and
Boo.
he opens the door. Charlie, it is good to see you again. And you
Hi.
notice immediately that he is not using a crutch, and you look down, and he does have what appears to be a stone leg.
cool. Where'd you get that from?
A mixture of stone and steel, a little bit of wood here and there. You can see some vaguely runic carvings on it as it's been strapped to the stump that he's had ever since the collapsing fire giant base many months
Since we
ago.
cut it off.
Yep. Oh, yeah. He pats his knee. Yes, a friend of Sarabov's stopped by. Dr. Talon. I believe he's just down the.
Oh,
Yeah,
that guy.
he's something, but he does good work. I mean, it's taken some time to get used to it. He kind of lifts it up and it stomps down hard, being a stone foot. But,
Kind of heavy.
yeah, I have to take some practice getting used to balance. But a lot more mobility than having to rely on that stick. It's strange.
Yeah, you definitely seem more mobile.
Yeah, and, it doesn't hurt anymore.
Good. Good. Yeah, that's good
Yeah,
to hear.
it's great. It's great. Yeah, so I'm practicing along with the kids now.
Oh, yay.
Just-
Maybe you can come out and join us on a quest, sometime soon.
There's a slight flash of perhaps. Yeah, perhaps.
I don't think he wants to come with us again.
Give me a little time on that. Still got like I said, balance and all that. Hard to Haven't got used to the mace again yet. It's a lot of weight all on the same side.
Okay. Well, take your time, but in the meantime, I brought you a present from name of the city, Kargnarok.
Ragnarok.
Yep.
Was it? Yeah, I brought you a present from Kargnarok, and I'm going to hand him the stein.
Impressive. Yes. Thank you. I'll put this to good use.
Cool. Yeah, that was kind of it. So.
Yeah, you can see he looks at it. He admires the craftsmanship. He presses down on the thumb panel to lift up the brass lid and kind of looks inside and gives a slight sigh and then goes back to his normal thankful nature he's in now. Well, I appreciate the gift, Tali. It's always a pleasure.
How'd you like it? So yeah, I guess I'll see you around.
Yes.
So bye.
Evening. Closes the door and walks back inside. It actually occurs to me that I don't believe most people know who Tunoris is. Golden Dragonborn. Glistening gold scales, up there in the years. He's definitely late middle-aged for a Dragonborn.
Forgotten Realms, they have about the same lifespan as humans.
Yeah. So he's probably mid 50s or so. A paladin of Solux, the sort of sun god, the father of the Genavian pantheon. A former member of the Order of the Sunblades. Currently, or I suppose most recently, has used a sort of flaming morning star that has the potential to flare up during his divine smites. Has spikes, it's sort of a flickering of flame, sort of sun motif. And in the last adventure he went on with the party, a fire giant's tower collapsed on top of him and Tali. Tali survived mostly unscathed, but a large section of metal roofing, brass roofing, fell and pretty much severed his whole right leg. So there was a field amputation. He lost the leg, obviously, and was relying on a crutch for a while, and kind of developed a drinking problem because of it. Which you guys might not have either picked up on or remembered, because it has been a while. He was pretty down about losing his leg.
She's probably just like, oh, he likes alcohol.
Yeah.
So, well, it's not just for alcohol. He can drink water out of it too. Jeez.
Yeah.
Sure. That's what he's going to do.
Alcoholic will definitely do with it.
Yeah.
You forget Tali was the one that was dumping out his keg when he wasn't looking. So.
Yep.
No alcohol for you.
So Tunoris now has a new artificial leg.
Yeah. Super cool.
Okay. Anything else going on?
$5 says the good doctor's an artificer. Anyone want to take that money?
Oh god, he's an artificer.
He probably is. That's super exciting.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see it.
Oh, Jake's giving us an artificer.
Okay. No, I think that was it. Well, she has to. Yeah, no, she can. That can wait till later.
No presents for Laureen.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. Forgot.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
What now, Jack?
I think Laureen is going to be busy for the rest of the evening. So I don't think she's going to be bothering anybody else tonight.
Okay.
Akila has already reported to Stavika, so that's
Mm-hmm.
more or less taken care of for now. So I think we'll wrap up there for this evening, and we'll pick up tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So, again, it's nice to be back in your rooms. Nice, comfortable temperature. Beds just the way you like them. A bed specifically large enough for Akila and Ohmn. They have requisitioned Ohmn a proper bed for someone of your stature.
Nice. Finally a bed I fit on.
Mm-hmm. There is even, within the rooms, another interesting new feature. In each of the rooms, there is a fairly thick wire that runs around the perimeter of the bottom of the room, actually, that connects to some sort of metal dial contraption.
Like temperature control, like an AC or
Yeah.
thermostat system.
Yep, you can play around with it, and
Cool.
you can set the temperature for your room.
Tolly's gonna be playing with that for a
Oh.
while.
It doesn't have a huge range. I mean, it could probably raise or lower the temperature by like 5 degrees or so, but it's, you know, some level of temperature control. Okay. So, the next morning, yeah, I have to, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So the next morning, you all largely have the morning to yourself. I would say the first thing to happen, unless anybody has any particular business, is Sevgi. You hear in the back of your mind Laureen's voice. Sevgi, hello, good morning. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Actually, I could just come upstairs. I hope this isn't too... Anyway, would you mind speaking with me when you have the time? At your earliest convenience. Thanks.
That's not questionable or anything.
I guess Sevgi will, get herself together and make her way over there.
Okay, you can head down to the library. Yeah, you can head into the library. Same scene as usual. Floor to ceiling, wall to wall bookcases, not entirely filled in, but it's a fairly nice library for the size of the room. A desk at the center, where Laureen is currently sitting. A few notebooks sprawled about in front of her, and there is a kettle with two tea settings in front of her. She stands up. Segi, please join me. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. Tea?
I'm good right now, but thank you. And she'll sit down.
Okay. You should right. And she sits down and starts gathering her notes and waves her hand, and the kettle lifts up and pours some tea for her and floats back down. So, well, I had an interesting conversation with Ohmn last night.
I fucking...
And obviously, or honestly, this is I should be upfront. This is sort of in regards to a ongoing investigation that Regina's called for, or well, I anyway. He mentioned that Ander has some unconventional spellcasting capabilities, and I was wondering if in your travels you had noticed anything about that.
Oh boy. Trying to think what I want to say. Um. Well, I guess from my standpoint, nothing out of the ordinary.
Make a deception check.
I knew it.
So, normal is a very relative term.
Nothing out of the ordinary, says the sorceress who spent the first 20 years of her life in an arcane re-education camp.
I know.
A little more specific by out of the ordinary.
I know, but it's like considering the group is
I
a
mean,
bit
it's
odd
ordinary
anyway.
for us.
Yeah, the
Exactly.
group is not much anyways.
That's normal.
Is that
Anything in the world is
deception?
normal to us.
That's true, actually. We're entirely used to him being a warlock.
Come on, Chris.
Hey!
Yeah. Yeah, so
Decepted.
she pauses and she looks over you for a second and... Okay, okay. I suppose, I suppose, though, could you, Ohmn mentioned some peculiar, uses of his talents. Let me actually. Are you saying that you haven't seen him do any spellcasting, or if it just simply looked normal? Ohmn did mention a few instances that are fairly clearly non-mundane. I'm sure you must have noticed something, at least in this last adventure you went on. Perhaps you could elaborate on your perspective?
Well, there are a number of magic users in this group. It's nothing out of the ordinary. We were in a bit of a rush, so I'm not really was too observing of what everyone was doing at the moment.
Okay. He described void space of whispers, of compulsion. Do you have any recollection of this?
Honestly, I was unconscious half the time while we were down there. I do not remember anything.
I'm trying to remember, because I'm pretty sure you actually didn't go down.
She did.
She did?
I
in
did.
the
I did
tunnel.
drop at one point.
Okay.
Yeah. It was during
The
the
gas
it was
tunnel.
during the tunnel, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't technically during combat.
Right,
but
right. It was just
She
during.
sort of go
yeah.
into her rage in combat a couple times.
Yeah,
So
then she
how
did
aware
pass
she was
I
is
didn't pass
questionable.
out once, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
She would not know that this. She would not have experienced the dome in the same way that or the
Right.
Yeah,
hunger in the same way that Ohmn did. She wouldn't really know about the whispers, I don't think, because
yeah. She
you
hasn't
have to
been
be
inside
in
the
it
dome.
for that.
Was unconscious and angry, like the entire time down
Right.
there.
It's like she never went inside the dome.
Yeah. With that particular line, she just sort of squints at you. Right?
May I be excused?
Beautiful.
Of course. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And she gets up and just kind of just casually walks away.
I love it.
I can't believe
Just
that
avoid
worked.
the whole.
It was beautiful. I love it. Oh god, that was amazing. Okay, so who's next on the list?
Oh, that's awesome.
Can Sebi just immediately just look for someone else in the group real quick?
Sure.
If anyone is out.
What time is
wait,
it?
Oh, yeah, what time is it?
I mean, at this point, it's probably 11 o'clock or so, just before
Oh,
noon.
Okay.
I guess whoever, I don't know where everyone else is, but I guess whoever is most available to her at the moment.
Ohmn's probably
Oh.
in the sand pits.
To be fair,
Atali
Akila's
probably
probably
would
out
be-
there too.
Actually,
There's probably want to do most of the physical training before, the middle of the day.
Okay.
Tali would probably go to her shrine to
Yeah.
feed up a bit since she's been gone for a while, and then head her back. So depending on how long that would take, she might be available. It's like almost noon, so she'd probably be done by now.
We can say you're just about getting back to the guild hall at this time. An interesting point of order: the two of you being out at the training pit. So is Tunoris, Mogami. Regina's got work to do; she's not there. And Eula are also out there doing their own thing, and it's only so large. It's only about a 20-foot diameter or so. Training
Taking
pit.
turns.
So you're kind of taking turns going back and forth, and there's definitely some things that we'll get to Akila and Eula sometime later. But you can see that that Tunoris is actually training alongside Mogami and Eula. And it does look like he is acting as a sort of instructor, but he's also going through the same motions that they are. It's whether it may be a sort of teach by example thing, or I would say, I'll say Akila, Tali, even as you're approaching, you get the sense that he is practicing his own fundamentals as he's going through all of this, and you can tell, especially Akila, that there is some. His form isn't exactly right. There's a favoring of his left side and a sort of overcompensation of his right side that he's trying to work out. So it seems like he's training as much as they are while he's trying to teach them. Anyway, the 5 of you are out in front of the sand pit. Tali will be coming around the corner. So it's up to you who you want to talk to. Or you could go find Ander wherever he may be.
Studying in his room.
Probably.
If they're out there training them, probably just off to the side right now.
I guess you'll go find Ander.
Okay. Yeah, you can sort of open up the door and look outside. The sand pit is sort of in the front yard, and decide instead that you would rather go upstairs and speak to Ander. So you head upstairs, head to his room, knock on his door.
Yeah, he's probably there because I'd probably be waiting till after the debrief and to figure out how much backlash there is before I started working with Alir, honestly.
Okay.
Because it turns out people are... If something was going to happen, they'd probably be watching me, and I wouldn't want to get him tied up in it more than I need to, So yeah, I would assume probably in his room then. Yeah, come in. Door's unlocked. Not knowing who it is, if you just...
Okay.
Yeah.
Stefki.
Hey.
As you walk in, Redna is on the ceiling, and Redna just sort of elongates one large sort of pseudopod and sort of slinks down in front of you and wiggles a dozen or so eyes in front of you, and you get a "Hello, Sevgi" in the back of your mind.
That's adorable.
Just kind of wiggles there for a second. The eyes sort of sink into the oil in front of you and pop out of the oil in the back of this head-like protrusion, looking at Ander. And then just kind of shoots back up to the ceiling.
Up. You don't... I'm surprised to see you visiting. We don't normally have a whole lot to talk about, but...
She seems
Can I help you with
nervous.
something?
Yeah, and she kind of like walks in, kind of closes the door behind her real quick. Yeah, we don't do this often, but yeah, so I just kind of talked with Laureen briefly, and I don't know what Ohmn may have said, but I think everyone's kind of onto you right now. More so than... So yeah, I just wanted to let you know about what I just went through just now.
Well. Damn. I appreciate the heads up. And Andrew's probably just kind of like staring into the middle distance, honestly.
Now you
Did
seem
she-
nervous.
What did she ask you? I mean, the fact that you're allowed to leave her office is interesting. After that,
I'm surprised too, and I guess Sabi kind of just goes over everything that she talked about with Lorraine.
well, I suppose that was a risk with Ohmn. Thought we'd come to an understanding, but guess different cultures, different viewpoints. Oh my. I appreciate you letting me know. I'm gonna need some time by myself to figure out what I'm going to do.
Yeah, yeah, it's the least I can do right now. Anyways, I'm gonna go now.
Awkwardly just back
Yeah.
out of the room.
Why are we all so awkward?
Bye, Sevgi.
Bye. And then she just kind of leaves.
Like, hey, Ander, you might be dying soon. Okay, bye.
We should do that more often, without all the nervousness. That's really not necessary.
Oh, in this situation, I'd say it's warranted.
Oh. Okay.
It appears we've been, discovered by the powers that be.
What are the powers that be?
The census. The one that I really didn't want to know about us.
Ah. Okay, nervous. Okay. So, Tali, as you are returning from your shrine, you can hang out in the front and watch as some of the people train. But assuming you go inside at some point shortly later, you
You'd probably be going to get some lunch at this point.
okay. Yeah, you can head into the sort of cafeteria area, the canteen area. Yeah, not long after you're in there, long enough for you to get something to eat, as you're about to get up and go about your day. Uh, yeah, you notice a teapot sort of just floating out of the down the hallway and into this canteen area, and head over behind the counter, and it floats down onto the stove, and or goes over to a water barrel, and fills up the kettle and floats over to the stove and settles down. You notice a fire get stoked underneath of it.
Honestly, that would be enough to pique Tolly's curiosity and follow it and see where it goes and who it belongs to.
Okay, so you watch it for a couple minutes as it sits there and boils. You hear it start to whistle, and almost immediately as it does so, it floats up off of the flame, and the flame goes down and floats back out of this canteen area and into the library.
Okay, cool. Well, Tolly's not going to go into the library. She just wanted to see where the teapot was going, so
Okay.
she'll probably start heading back to, I guess maybe outside to watch everyone train. I don't know.
Okay. Sure, you can head outside and do that. Yeah. I mean, not long after that, you too get Laureen's voice in the back of your head.
You were trying.
Tolly.
I was just there.
Hi. Somebody said you were out doing things. So whenever you return, if you could come see me, I'd like to speak with you. Okay, bye.
Okay, well, sure. Is that the thing where I can respond, or
Yeah.
or is there no response for that spell?
Yeah, you can
Okay.
respond.
Well, I'm gonna say, sure. I just got back. I can be up in like a minute. Yes, probably less. I guess I'll just start heading back to the library where I
Okay.
just was.
Hey, quick question, Jack.
Sure.
From the library, or I assume there's some windows in the library?
There is a window looking outside to the side yard. There's not a window looking into the building.
There's one in the side yard?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. While Tolly's probably having her discussion, Ander is probably packing an emergency bag
Okay.
and is going to, if there's a place somewhere, so basically I want to have it somewhere in view of that window out in the side yard. If there's a place that he could like stash it where it wouldn't raise a ton of.
Okay. So assuming you're called into the library, you want to be able to see your bug out bag.
At least see where
Where it would
like
be. Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Sure.
I'm coming up with plans, but I also want to have a
Yeah.
escape plan.
Now let me ask you this. You have been with this group for about a year now. If this was any earlier, I would assume you already have a bug out bag pre-prepared. So do you still have your original bug out bag prepared, or did you kind of relax and settle yourself in, and now you have to prepare a new bug out bag?
I would say he always probably leaves some essentials in his like just regular adventuring bag.
Mm-hmm.
He could probably within a few minutes throw some clothes into it and one or two other things. Like he unpacked some of the important stuff, but he probably doesn't ever fully unpack everything.
Okay.
Wouldn't the old one have been destroyed in the fire?
That was just kind of his bag in general.
Fair.
So he would have had to replace that anyway.
And I kind of assumed he had like a basic sack or something, sort of stashed underneath his bed, back out of view, back out of the way, in case of emergencies. You're muted.
Okay.
No, you're not now.
Nope.
We just missed that
Okay.
first little bit.
Yeah, I'm suffering from the same thing Jack is. Not this time actually. I would imagine it's more that he just, like I said, always leaves the essentials kind of still packed away, both so that if in this new job of his he's ever like something comes up that they've got to be ready to move out, or if something comes up where he has to move out.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, regardless, you can set a bag, and you want to go stash this somewhere you can see by the library window.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can explain my getaway plan to you if you want, if it comes to that.
No, that's fine. But are you going out right now to go stash it behind a hedge or something, or are you gonna wait till later?
I mean, probably actually now-ish.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, if the place is packed, which I mean, he doesn't know that, but.
Okay. Yeah. So you can grab a small bag and head outside. Would you like to go out the front door past everybody training, or out the back door past Habrick, or find another solution to get outside unnoticed, if that's a concern?
No, going out isn't necessarily the concern. So I think I can safely assume that, he would assume that since he's come in so far with no one else saying anything, this probably isn't a widely known thing yet.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just trying to not be super suspicious about it, like walk out just kind of like he's taking a walk or something and drop the bag off at some point.
Okay. Yeah. Let me actually pull up my map of Dupont.
I'm hoping this isn't needed, here. But I'm trying to be realistic to what his plan would be.
Right. Yeah, so let's see. Yep, this is the correct orientation. Okay, so yeah. So at this point, a lot of the construction that was on the south end of Dupont is largely complete at this point. Still a little bit going on. Anyway, on that side of the guild property, there are the various outbuildings, one of them being Jimzia's sort of apothecary, small infirmary. There's a tool shed and whatnot, but there is a series of hedges just in front of the low stone wall that surrounds this area. So you could take your bag and just sort of chuck it between the hedges and the stone wall, and it'd be largely out of sight. Okay. Really, there's nobody out on this side of the property at this point. Pretty much everyone's either out front or out back. But there is a window, obviously, to the library, which you can look inside, and you see Tali walk in, and Laureen stand up to greet her and offer her some tea. And we'll get back to that because this is happening concurrently. I will say, for the most part, Laureen's back is to the window. Tali, I want you to make a perception check. Laureen will make one at disadvantage because she has a very small window of when she stands up and turns to greet Tali that she might see you out of the corner of your eye, of her eye. But Ander, I want you to make a stealth roll. I will say, if you want, you can use your charisma just to be like, I'm on a stroll, just looking around, and now I'm gonna, oops, I dropped my bag, but I didn't realize, and I'm just gonna walk away.
Okay. That with a +4, I didn't realize I was actually gonna roll. So it'd be 18.
That was not what I meant to roll. Okay. Right. Disadvantage. Cool. Okay. Yeah, you nonchalantly just sort of walk about the yard, taking in the various the well manicured lawns. There's some birds in the sky. Go over to the hedges and just sort of look out above the low wall at some of the new buildings that have sprouted up around the area, taking in some of the sights. Lean over and take a nice big breath, and as you are turning to walk away, your bag just happens to slip off of your shoulder and falls behind the hedges. Tali, you see all of this without any problem, and probably pick up that maneuver wasn't as nonchalant as he would have you assume. Laureen, however, doesn't pick up on any of this unless you make any sort of any reaction to seeing this.
Well, if Ander looks like he's trying to be sneaky or something like that, like, can I tell that he's trying not to notice dropping that bag?
With a 25, yeah, he's yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I'll act like I didn't see anything.
Okay.
I'll just ask him about it later.
Okay. Yeah, Ander, you stash your bag between the hedges and the wall, and you can continue on your little walk. And we will pan back over and zoom through the window at Tali as you are walking in. Laureen stands up. Tali, thank you for joining me. Can I offer you some tea? It's my own blend. It's very good.
Sure, I'll take a little bit. I just had lunch, so I'll just probably a little bit of tea.
Okay. She lifts her hand, the pot floats up and pours you a cup of tea, and goes over and pours herself a cup of tea and settles back down. I did just want to talk to a few of you. I spoke with Ohmn and Sevgi already. Ohmn was under the impression that well, before he left, his initial impression of Ander was a bit skeptical. I suppose. With his background, I'm sure that's just simply professional caution. But he did report back some strange findings. Well, I suppose you've traveled with Ander for, well, the longest out of anybody at this point. What would you say of him?
Oh, I mean, I definitely trust Ander, like, with my life. You know, he's saved us on multiple occasions, and, you know, he's just a great person to have with us, you know, as we travel around and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I have seen in a couple reports where he has been very instrumental in everyone's safety and seeing various objectives through.
He's taken a sword for some guy one time.
There is that. That was very noble of him. I suppose I'm just curious. I know Ohmn is new to this region, and we might do things a little differently. He did mention, though, a sort of inky void area, some unconventional spells that Ander cast. I was wondering if you could clear that up. Come on, master of the half-truths. Let's see you get out of this one.
I gotta think. Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, I'm thinking. Well, I'm not sure about an inky void. It was really dark. We were like under a volcano with no light whatsoever. So I don't know. It might have been like, you know how when you're in a dark room and you stare at a corner, it looks like the shadows are getting even darker, but they're really not because your eyes are tricking you. Happened a couple times, you know.
Make a deception check.
Not bad for Tolly.
Okay, okay. Yeah, she does kind of, let's see what kind of read she gets off of you. Okay. Yeah, she kind of looks at you sideways, but there's not too much of a grimace to her. Right, well, I suppose, it would be rather dark. We tend to, you and I, we tend to have better eyesight than some of the others. You're saying you just didn't notice anything that might be a void of compelling whispers?
No.
No? Okay. Well,
Well, I mostly heard fire
right.
from these machine things that were possessed by fire spirits.
Well, I suppose Sevgi said about the same. Ohmn could have been mistaken. He was... well... So what would you say... what would you say Ander brings to the group?
Well, he helps us make sure we don't get lost, that's for sure. He does lots of, research and stuff to keep us educated on what we're looking for, things like that, There's lots of stuff.
So, to your knowledge, he's not one of the Arcane Pursuit.
Not that I've noticed, no.
Okay. Okay. So your overall your overall perspective of Ander amongst your group?
Yeah, I think he's just, super cool.
Right.
He's
Okay.
got what do you call it? Good morals and stuff like that,
Right. Right. She kind of sighs as she pushes some papers together and sets them aside. Okay. I suppose on a different matter, Ohmn also mentioned some kind of being from another plane, powerful, dominated much of the encounter.
Could have been talking about that. There was like a big machine thing. I think they called it a sentinel. It was like a giant. Well, not like a giant. It was like 20 feet. I guess it was a giant-sized machine that tried
I feel
to
like
kill
he
us.
was speaking of something else. He did mention a sentinel, some sort of large, I believe he said fire or giant possessed golem of machine of some kind. This
Yeah, that's the one.
he seemed to he said an earlier encounter that this Ogrid Cindercarn brought you to.
Yeah, he took us to this lava pit where we, chucked the ruby in and the thing made its own way out. And then, well, right before we went in, we did fight a few more fire-possessed machines.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to make another deception check. Because that is very clearly a lie.
What? No.
All right.
Oh, even
All
better.
right.
I mean, it's true. We did chuck the ruby in. He made his way home, and then we also, before that, fought some machine thingies. I'm telling the truth.
Right. Okay. Sure. Maybe I'll have to talk to Ohmn again. Okay. I guess that's all. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you for speaking with me. She just kind of
Thank you for the tea. It was actually really good.
she just looks confused and starts like putting papers together, stands up and walks back to her office.
Okay, see you later. Until he's gonna walk out.
Okay.
Not going how you thought it would, is it?
Just, I don't bother to think about how I intend things to go anymore.
Fair. Probably for the best, honestly.
Okay. All right. Cool. Sure.
Yeah.
Well.
I would probably also go find Ander.
Okay.
After that.
You go find Ander. Well, you did notice Ander was walking about the yard.
Yeah.
Ander, do you do a loop and check out the fighting pit, or you go back up to your room? What are you doing?
I would probably.
You're muted.
Yeah, you're not coming through.
On Discord, you're muted.
Yep, I know. Yeah, sorry. I wanted to make sure I didn't react to anything and throw anything off. He was probably either be going to find Ohmn to chat with him, or Regina, whoever he runs into first.
Well, you would run into Ohmn first, who is out front, also taking turns in the sandpit.
Currently suplexing an old dragonborn.
Oh.
Rude as hell.
Well, I suppose wait for the suplex to finish, and then. Ohmn, can I speak with you for a minute?
Right, sure. Your leg has fallen off again. Yours.
Ah, damn it. Yeah, sort of hobbles over and goes down and pulls it back up and starts fastening it back. I'll have to talk to the good doctor about that one. Oh, interesting move. Stands up and sort of slams his leg down. I'll get you next time. Mogami! And you can turn to Ander.
Probably walk somewhere where we're not in earshot of everyone else. Not like complete privacy. I just don't want everyone else to hear this, since I don't know who's been questioned, who hasn't now, other than.
Mm-hmm.
So it appears Laureen is questioning members of the group about me.
Yes, I believe she spoke of an ongoing investigation.
Okay. Sevgi said this was prompted by something you said to her, apparently.
I imagine that most of her information was given by me, yes.
What information is she working with, if I may ask?
I left nothing out, frankly. At least nothing pertinent. I suppose I could have mentioned your walking stick or the amulet that Akila is now in possession of, but they seemed ineffectual compared to everything else.
By everything else, I assume we're talking spells, casting, Redna, being a warlock, all that good stuff.
Yes.
Can I hear this?
They did walk away, but you do have better hearing, so
I can also lip read.
roll a perception check, and we'll see how it goes.
Don't know that probably, so.
Nope, you wouldn't know. I can lip read.
Yeah.
With or without advantage for hearing.
Yeah, you would have advantage on it.
Hmm.
They did purposely walk away, so that will affect the DC, but...
It's only 15.
Roll again, this time straight for lip reading.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you can't hear what they're saying, but you can pick up on Ander's side of the conversation. Ohmn has his back towards you.
Okay.
Well, just know that when the census executes me, I'm haunting you. Kind of pat him on the shoulder, then just walk away. And go find Regina.
Okay. As you open the front door to speak with Regina, Tali is also walking towards the front door.
Ander!
No subtlety.
Yeah, that'd be weird if she was subtle, wouldn't it? It just, attract more suspicion.
I saw her in Laureen's office, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I'm just gonna telepathically to her. Yes, I know. Don't let on that you've let me know.
So I'm just gonna,
Try and keep everyone out of this as much as possible.
Okay. So I assume Ander silently walks past Tali and into Regina's office.
Yes, and close the door behind me.
Okay.
Assuming Regina's in there.
She is in there. She straightens up as you enter. Ander? Hello.
Regina. Hi. Not sure if you, apparently Laureen knows all about me. I only know that Ohmn apparently decided to tell her everything. Before I talked to her, did you make any of your concerns known? I'm trying to figure out who I can keep out of this and who I can't.
She did come to me with some of her own concerns. And I suggested that if she thought it was appropriate, that she could look into the matter with whatever resources she thought appropriate. I don't particularly have any bearing on census business.
So she doesn't know that I told you then. Okay.
Not directly, at the very least.
Okay, hopefully we can keep it that way.
If that is what you'd like to do.
No. Think it's best for you and the guild and probably most people if there's no evidence that you were colluding, plausible deniability and all that.
I was hoping to speak with your group about the events of this most recent excursion of yours, as to how that all went down. There have previously been no overtly damning evidence against you. And conversely, a number of good recommendations amongst your group for being moral and honorable and helpful. I'm sure any such material would be requested by Laureen in the census, but I would gladly volunteer those reports. I'll be honest, I don't yet know what to make of you. I was hoping to speak with, like I said, the group, and apparently Ohmn has some things to say.
Apparently.
I don't know if I can necessarily could or would protect you at this point. But you've been instrumental to our efforts thus far as I'm aware. So I'll leave it up to you whether you think this is guild business or not, or if this is personal. But if it's personal, well, then what has this last year been for?
Well, I have managed to do some good in the last year. And I would prefer that the guild be able to continue doing that, whether I'm part of it or not. I came to you because I thought I could convince you to give me a shot. Laureen, I'm less sure of. She seems to toe the census line, as it were. I was hoping to have more evidence on my side before it came to light with her.
Okay.
I was going to actually go speak with her now before anyone in the group said anything that might cause them more trouble than this is already going to. Should I wait till you've had a chance to speak with everyone? Same time, though, I don't want to give anyone the opportunity to say something that might, as I said, damn them along with me.
Well, any official debriefing that we'd have, Laureen would be present for anyway. Like I said, it's up to you if you want this to be guild business or your own. I was planning on speaking with everybody in about an hour, so I'll leave it to you whether you want to have your own discussions before then.
Okay. I'm just gonna go to Laureen's office.
Okay. Yeah. Just next door.
Yep.
Head into the library. Laureen is actually in the attached office at the end of the library at this point.
I suppose kind of knock on the door to the library or something to try to get her attention. I don't want.
Okay.
I'm trying not to be like threatening and sneak up on her kind of thing.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you can knock on the door frame, and she'll peek her head out the door to her office. Oh, Ander. Hello.
Hello.
Can I help you with something?
Yes. It seems you have some interest in me. I thought it might be best to speak directly.
Right. Okay. Her head disappears behind the door to her office again. You can hear some shuffling of papers and some things moving around. And yeah, you can hear a book open up, and she's flipping through some pages. She closes the book, and she eventually does leave her office and make her way to the table in the library. She is, however, clearly holding her wand. Not in any sort of offensive, defensive way, but it is, in her hand. She'll sit down and offer you a seat. I'm out of tea, but I could make some more if you want.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you very clearly notice at this point that she does start moving her wand in a spellcasty sort of way and mutters something under her breath, and then goes and holds her wand over a book, sort of tucked behind her shoulder, and lets go, and the wand sort of floats there and tip down as if it's a writing implement. So she starts, and the wand writes "so," comma on the book. What can I do for you?
Just kind of look at the book. Well, I had hoped to make this just a friendly conversation, but I guess interrogation is okay as well.
Kind of
Sefki,
side eyes you and looks at the book. right?
Sevgi mentioned the questions you had been asking, and Ohmn told me, well, everything. So, I suppose there's no point in really insulting either of our intelligences at this point. Did you have any questions, or do we just cut to the part where I get thrown in a deep, dark cell?
Well, she just kind of lean back in her chair, kind of shrink back in her chair.
I promise you I didn't come here to threaten you or anything else.
So, Ohmn's under the impression... I could have worded that better. That you are a spellcaster of some ill-reputable source. And that you've been using strange magics. It was news to me that you had any sort of arcane talent at all. Do you deny this?
What evidence did Ohmn actually bring against me?
She kind of looks at you and looks back at the book and looks back at you. I don't know if that would be proper to discuss.
Fair. Out of curiosity, what's your read on me?
Well, well, it's not really my place to judge. It is my place to be vigilant and present the facts as they are shown to me. I've always been curious about what it was you brought to the group. Everyone certainly has, regards you in fairly high esteem. Even Ohmn, who you just met, said, well, he had some good things to say on top of his suspicions. Or, well, my confirmed suspicions. At least as he reported them. But he did say that, well, as a few of your other companions have said, that you have expressed good morals and an almost self-sacrificing nature to help and protect others. Everyone does speak fairly highly of you, but it has been brought to my attention that you can be quite persuasive. He did claim you admitted to being what we define as a warlock. That you get your strange magics from some being from another side.
As far as the persuasiveness goes, you have met the other members of my group. Persuasiveness is relative. But I'm good at talking. That's about as far as any extraordinary ability there goes. As for extra arcane abilities, I suppose despite the high moral commendations, the census would still consider that just by association some sort of high crime, wouldn't they? Doing good deeds and saving the world isn't really good unless you do it with the correct sources.
I couldn't say. I would just caution the persuasiveness of unrecognized sources. You weren't here for Torbold. You were away. So you're not denying that you've been in contact with some other being that grants you some sort of knowledge, ability to affect change?
Technically, if you read back through the notes, I don't believe I confirmed that either. As I said, I came here just for a chat between guild members, colleagues.
Right.
But no, I was not part of or here when the incident with Torvald happened. I heard about it from my companions when they met up with us in the capital.
And what do you think about how all that went down?
I think that what was done, what he did, was terrible. Especially from what I can tell for what he did it for. But regardless, harming one's family or really anyone who has done nothing to you is horrible. And from what I heard of what he experienced on the way back, whether by choice or accident, it seems he made a very, very poor choice of allies. But I personally believe that at the end of the day, we have to make our own choices. And he chose to try to keep whatever being he was aligned with happy by whatever he did to his uncle.
And if you were in a similar position?
I'd like to think that my moral choices would follow as they have so far. And that, well, as has quite literally happened in the past, I would fall on the sword rather than compromise those morals.
Ohmn also mentioned another powerful being from another plane. Some other matron figure. Was this journey an attempt to meet this being?
No. This journey was exactly what I told you it was. It was an attempt to right the wrong that had been done to, as I am concerned, a fellow sentient being who was enslaved, and that I promised to return to wherever it came from. The journey to Cognarok was nothing more, nothing less than I said it was. Involved a lot more giant constructs than I had anticipated, but when does anything ever go as easy as I'd like?
Right. Well, I suspect that Ohmn might be lacking a perspective that your other companions may have, but I also suspect that those you travel with hold you in high enough esteem as to be very careful about what they say. So you've clearly made friends, made allies, and have done good. Do you have anything you want to add for the record?
Just that I know the census in Genavia only recognizes the pantheon and either study through the traditional forms of wizardry or, in the case of sorcerers, high regulation. But I would point out that terrible things have been done with and in the name of that pantheon. In fact, the last issue we dealt with, and everything going on with the Belshamad and the people who unfortunately all of that was a creature that, by all accounts, was an emissary, or at least a creature under the sway of Lesadana.
But not a
Appeared
recognized saint.
No, but she was in the books of the religion.
Lavender Haze was not an official scripture.
She was in apocryphal texts, yes, but so are many less reputable denizens of the Outer Realms.
That all could actually be working for, or at least under the power of the gods, and that people try to sweep under the rug because they don't like what it says about their society or their religion. My point being, terrible things can be done with power originating from good sources, and wonderful things can be done with power that originates from sources that are new or unrecognized. The limits are the ones we impose on ourselves, or that we let other people tell us should be imposed.
Okay. Well, thank you. Make a persuasion roll for me. And you know what? I'm going to give you a D6 inspiration because I like what you did there.
All right.
Okay.
Not meant to be. All that monologuing for nothing.
And it should have been bless.
Yeah, for real.
Tali barges through the door and guidance. Okay.
Apparently listening the whole time.
I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't be
Have my ear
all
to the
that
door.
surprised if I opened the door and she just like falls through it.
That would be hilarious.
Okay. Well, she stands up and reaches out for the wand, but just before picking it up, thank you for speaking with me. That'll be all. She grabs the wand, and I assume you turn around to walk away. She closes the book. Ander.
Yes.
You've made a lot of good friends here.
Thank you.
Takes the book and walks back to her office.
Suppose I'll see myself out.
Okay. So that all happened. Is there anything anyone wants to do before the official debriefing and whatever may happen next?
I am probably going to go warn Lear to keep a very low profile.
Okay.
For the sake of getting to the debrief, I don't think this one needs to be played out. Basically, just tell them, like, hey, that powers that be, or you know, will. God damn it! I can't. I keep going to Laureen. Laureen is on to me. Whether or not that will. Whether or not she's gonna tell the census, I don't know yet. But I should. No one knows about him, and that as long as he's careful, it can stay that way. I'll do my best to make sure it stays that way.
Okay.
Literally, Regina and Akila both know about Lalir.
I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did I tell
Yeah.
Regina? No, I didn't. Did
yeah,
I?
No, that totally came out.
Ah, shit.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, crap. I forgot about that. I thought I didn't think I told her.
Yeah, there is a lot to keep track of.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
totally
Web of
did.
lies.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yes.
Probably unraveled.
Okay.
Well, okay, fine. Then tell him he just needs to keep a low profile and to have a bag packed if need be, and I'll try and warn him.
Okay. Well, before we get to that debriefing, and we'll see how long that takes because we've largely been over it all already. Before we get to that, let's actually take our break here, take our short rest, and decompress from all of that, and figure out where we're going. Okay, so let's try to meet up in about 10 minutes or so, and yeah, we'll see the fallout from all of this. Interesting turn things have taken. So a lot of talking today, but we knew that going into this. I hope it's been entertaining seeing the multiple perspectives and the way people have chosen to represent each other. So stick around, stick with us, get up, stretch your legs, roll your hit die. Let's meet back in about 10 minutes and we'll see where this is all going.
Alrighty.
Woo.
All right,
To our
we
day.
are back, and of course, every time I come back, I'm ethereal in my camera.
So you are.
Yep. Let me fix that super quick. All right, I'll have to touch that up again in about 5 minutes, but we'll see how it lasts. Okay. Yes, we are back. Thank you for sticking around. I hope everyone is enjoying this rather stressful, conversation-filled episode we are having. Things have definitely taken an interesting turn. This is my take on the whole police report scenario. You ask 10 different people how one event happened, and you're gonna get 11 different responses. And we've largely seen that to a smaller degree. So let's jump back into this and see where it goes, because we have a lot more to do this episode, hopefully. All right, so we last left off with Ander having a conversation directly with Laureen, confronting some of the questions that she's had with his companions. A discussion that was on the record, magically written into a book, despite Ander wanting to have a much more personal conversation.
Yeah, that threw that off a little bit. I kind of expect. I'm not surprised, but I need to reevaluate how this goes real quick.
Yeah, there was a slight crack of that towards the end there, but yeah, Laureen's a tough one to figure out, to get under. So it's about late afternoon at this point, after talking with everybody and writing some reports. And as Regina mentioned to Ander, about an hour after he left her office, she would go about and request that each of you together meet up and come to her office for the actual debriefing of what happened while you were away. Do you guys want to meet up separately beforehand, or do you want to all converge in her office?
I am actually going to go to Akila, so she's not completely caught off guard by all this,
Mm-hmm.
and just kind of let her know that.
Well, she knows something's up because she was lip reading, remember?
Well, true. I
She
don't know
doesn't
that,
know
though.
that.
Well, I feel like Tali would have gone to Akila after after passing you on your way to Regina's office anyway.
Okay, well, you can go talk to her then.
Cool. Yeah, probably. Well, I
We
mean,
can play that out.
she probably just let her
Yeah.
know that, Laureen is interviewing people, so to watch out for that.
I see.
Yep. Yeah, watch out for that.
Very well.
And half an hour later or so, Ander comes a knocking on your door.
Okay.
Akila,
Come in. I suspect you don't want to have the conversation in the hall.
here. And I take it someone has already let you know then.
Not exactly. Just that Laureen was questioning people. Mostly I figured it out from watching you talk. I can read lips.
Ah,
When you were talking with Ohmn, that was interesting enough for me to pay attention. Well, you went
Fair.
and pulled him away. That's always worth notice.
fair. I didn't want anyone who didn't need to know to find out and or panic, so.
We're part of the same group.
Well, True, but there's Daenerys and others.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, I just wanted to make sure you were aware. I've tried to not give anything that I can avoid, so. But I'll essentially play the lead for whatever you and the rest of the party, if you. I'll let you decide essentially how much you want to admit to knowing, and I'll try and back up whatever you go with.
Very well. It has at least given me an opportunity to think of what I might want to say. If she decides to question me at all.
We'll see.
She hasn't so far.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes, I suppose.
Mm.
But I just wanted to make you aware.
I do appreciate that.
And then Andrew's probably going to go back to his own room and try not to freak out real hard.
Okay.
Running through escape scenarios in his head, trying to decide if he should just not be here anymore.
Well, he can always invisibility his way out.
He doesn't get counterspelled.
Would they know if you
So,
just suddenly don't show up?
not long later, after you have a nice hyperventilating attack, and calm yourself down. Yeah. Not long after, Regina summons all of you to meet up. So unless there's a group discussion you would like to have in preparation, we can meet in Regina's office.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I don't really want to influence anybody.
Yes.
I'm sure that this is probably assumed, but Ohmn as well.
Yes, you're also called. Yep. Okay.
Because as not a member, I
Right.
wouldn't be expecting a call necessarily.
As somebody who was on this expedition, they want your input as well, and because you're a prospective member, this is likely some sort of evaluation. So, we'll pick up in Regina's office. Of course, Laureen is already there, off to one side of the desk with her own assortment of notebooks. Regina will welcome you in. Chairs have been set up for each of you to sit down. And really, since we've already been over what has largely happened in this last adventure from a few different perspectives, we don't need to play out the entire thing once again. But she will sit you all down, and she will ask about how everything went. And I assume, unless you would like to redact anything, that you tell Regina pretty much everything that you've told Laureen. And I suppose if you have anything additional to add to everything that went down from the time you left to the time you got back.
Ohmn will not speak unless spoken to.
Okay.
We'll let the leading members of the party take the discussion. Mostly will stand there.
Okay.
Then I get, well, Darn. I kind of expected that to not be the case, but I would probably. Well, I don't know if Ander should probably let someone else speak, honestly. Considering the situation.
Yeah, might actually be better to let others speak.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that you're not seen and leading and maybe manipulating the situation.
Okay. So Ohmn really was the largest source of information for Laureen, because really Zevgi and Tali, you didn't give too much away. And really neither did Ander.
Well, she kind of made it a little more defensive with the whole on the record thing.
Yeah.
I'd be careful about what I said when it was being written down.
Both sides did an admirable job of saying nothing at all.
Yeah.
Okay, so that being the case, with Ander and Ohmn both being quiet during this meeting, what do you actually tell Regina?
Well, yes, most I would keep to the facts of what happened. Not necessarily putting any personal interpretations in, just it's like this.
Okay. Anything in particular you bring up with importance or leave out?
What? Sorry, thought I heard someone say something. Whatever. I mean, she has been. Akila has been told. Ander did tell Akila more or less what's going on. So it's not that she's necessarily trying to hide things, but she's not emphasizing that he did anything out of the ordinary for the group. She's not saying, oh, and then he did this thing and this other thing. It's like, we did. Mostly she's talking about it as a group, rather than what particular individuals did.
Right. Okay.
I don't. But try not to put a whole lot of emphasis on Roxana, since apparently those who need to know do.
So, do you mention Roxana, or do you leave her out?
Well, I would probably mention her as sort of a figure of their religion, but not necessarily as a physical being.
Okay. So when you got to this palace of some sort, pool of lava, you threw the rock in and left.
Well, we followed his orders. We're following what Ogrid told us to do.
Okay. So you do bring up Ogrid.
Well, yeah.
I suppose
how else
you
are we
don't.
Going to have gotten into the volcano?
Yeah, but I suppose you don't bring up Roxana or the court.
Yeah, like I said, it's like bring it up as a part of their beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
But not placing any special emphasis on it.
Sure. Okay.
Because it's one of those like we acknowledge that other religions do exist.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else to add? Okay.
I think so.
You do go through an actual lengthy debrief of various questions and whatnot, but most of that has already been covered, and we can sort of fade out as yet another recap begins. There does definitely seem to be a palpable tension in the room at the moment. Every time somebody mentions almost anything, every sentence, there's eyes darting about the various people in the room, going between Ander and Laureen and Regina and Ohmn and back and forth and whatnot.
Yeah, I'd like to say that Ohmn is trying to be stoic and focus everything on listening to what Regina says.
Okay.
And again, being silent, but if a question is asked of him, or if he is addressed specifically, he will answer 100% truthfully.
Okay.
Yeah. And Akila's trying to be very matter-of-fact about what she's saying.
Right.
It's a report.
Right. A report with at least one actual falsity. So, given that that I believe Sevgi and Tali have already reported that you just kind of chucked the rock in the lava pool, I would like, Akila, you to make a persuasion check with advantage.
Ooh, advantage! Wow.
Because they have essentially helped you in advance. Very good. That was a useful advantage roll.
Well, no, because 14 came first.
Right.
But
Okay.
either way, it's like, yay! It's not my usual terrible performance.
Right. Okay. Cool. So, this meeting goes by, and we'll say, for the sake of expediency, not even for the sake of expediency, just the way this would play out, I think most of the conversation will be led largely by you, mainly corralled by very vague questions and awkward silences pressing you to continue speaking, really. Regina and, Laureen doesn't say really anything throughout the entire meeting, and Regina is really just providing a forum for you guys to say what you want to say, as long as she gets the information, the bare minimum facts of what happened, which I believe we covered. So, and really throughout the meeting, that being the case, she doesn't really specifically address Ogrid, nor Ander, nor really anybody. It is up to whoever as to when they want to speak up and what they want to say. So, Ohmn, yes, you are Ohmn. Sorry, I was looking at Ogrid's name when I said that. So.
I did wonder why he said awkward.
Turns out he came to visit.
Yep. All right.
What?
Hey guys.
He showed up just because you briefed
Can we have another party?
Yep. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, that all being the case, she will stand up in conclusion of this meeting. Thank you all for the formality of going through this debriefing, and offer you to leave. She does, actually, as you were leaving, Ohmn, if you would, please stay for a moment.
Absolutely.
So everyone else files out, and you can do whatever it is you would do.
So who's going to be listening at the door?
You, because you have the best hearing.
That is true.
Yep.
Ohmn.
Is Laureen here as well?
Laureen actually does leave. She does kind of linger, and then Regina kind of gives her a side-eyed and like nods her head towards the door, and Laureen sort of reluctantly stands up and leaves the room. Ohmn, you've certainly joined us at an interesting time.
Yes, it has proven difficult to blend myself as a replacement for a lost adventuring companion.
Oh, I would hope you don't see yourself just as that. Everyone who chooses this life is equally valuable. Nobody's a replacement for anybody else. But I suppose I should have spoke with you more before you left. Not that there's much really to say. Really, I wanted to hold you back to let you know that, well, I very much appreciate you going with the group and seeing them to safety. It does seem you and Ander were quite instrumental in making sure everybody got out of that cavern without being stomped on or set ablaze. I hope you also realize that there's a lot of extraneous complications to this particular venture you just went on, and I don't feel it would be appropriate to officially welcome you to the guild with this being the report I would have to submit. I hope you understand. I do hope you stay with us, and I would hope when there is more traditional work to be done that you can earn your sleeve. But there's, like I said, a lot more to this than simple guild business. I wouldn't want it to reflect on you or on anybody, I suppose. Does that make sense?
I understand that in any adventuring party, any mercenary group, there are multiple facets, many hogs in the wheel, so to speak. Use me at your discretion is what I am here for. I appreciate the thought that has gone into boarding me. And frankly, that is more than I can say for the many other guild halls that I have resided
in. Well, we do seek to set ourselves apart. Hospitality is a staple of the golden age of Genavia. Well, she trails off as she quietly walks over to the door, waits a second, and then slams a fist on the door. Akila, have you been listening in? You're muted.
Sure, just for the fun of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, make a perception, listen check.
15.
Yeah, you're focusing your hearing, trying to pick up on the muffled conversation between this admittedly quite thick, heavy door, as all of a sudden just slam right into your ear.
Yep. And from it's again in the Alps, probably hear a thump on the other side.
Regina lets out a slight chuckle. Somebody's always listening. Speaking of which, I've heard you had a conversation with Laureen. There's no reason to be candid about this at this point. About Ander. That's a whole situation I'm sure you're well aware of at this point.
I'm aware of Laureen's interests and where that lies with Ander.
Right. She hasn't really kept me informed about her own investigation, not that it's her responsibility to do so. Could I ask, well, what it is you would say of Ander for guild business? If you want to say anything, I know you're not officially a member, so I can't compel you to do so, but I am interested to get your initial thoughts on working with him, and the rest of the group, really, but...
In short, I can go deeper into this, but in short, to begin with, Ander is a good man. I believe he strives to do good and makes a conscious effort to put good into the world. Good as he sees it, and good as those around him would see it. As you said, as was spoken of, he did go to great lengths to put himself in harm's way between the party. And I believe it has been talked about he has made similar self-sacrifices in the past. I admire his character. I feel it should be known that while decisions have weight in the metal of a man, I believe their most recent and current actions should be the only thing to judge them by. But this is but one man's opinion of the matter. And then I am going to fully brief Regina on the accounts of the expedition in my own words.
Okay.
Exactly as I did for Laureen.
Okay. Including, of course, Ogred Cindercarn, but yes. I do not believe you actually said the name Roxana when you were talking to Laureen. Unless you would like that to be the case, but I assumed you were kind of slinking around identifying that too much. No? Okay.
No.
Okay, so...
Ogred has no qualms about telling the truth.
Okay, so you did mention Roxana and Ogred
You mean Ohmn?
Yes, I'm sorry. He said awkward.
I got you doing it now too.
I might have brought up the court of Roxana, possibly when I talked to Laureen, but yeah, I mean, he didn't name the powerful woman, just referred to her as the matron.
Okay, so you don't bring up the name Roxana.
If she asks me, I do. It
Okay.
doesn't seem
No.
it doesn't seem particularly relevant.
Okay.
In my
Okay.
There might, in this particular conversation, because it came up previously, as Akila said, that she mentioned the religion, right?
Mm-hmm.
That I would then tie those two things together, I suppose.
Right.
In this instance.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Well, I certainly appreciate your own perspective on all of the matter. It seems you have formed some bonds with these people, and I know firsthand facing life and death situations can make fast friends, or at least allies, respect. So I hope you do feel welcome, despite the armband. Okay, I have some letters to write. Thank you. You are dismissed.
Of course. Bow and head my way out.
Okay. As you are leaving, you do actually notice she pulls open a drawer and pulls out a very fancy sheet of parchment with gold leaf filigree all around the side, and just begins jotting down a letter.
Yeah, I will close the door behind me as I notice that.
Okay. So, in short order, you guys can go about your business. Whether that be going out to train some more or whatever it may be. Regina makes no attempt to hide. After about half an hour or so, she does get up, leave her office with an equally ornate-looking envelope that actually has, in wax seal, that sort of maroon wax seal, the phoenix symbol of the guild. And she takes it and says something to the walks outside, says something to the envelope, lifts it up in the air, and it just sort of and disappears.
Well, you said Regina did that?
Yes.
It's fancy paper.
Cool. Regina's a warlock.
Everybody's a warlock.
I didn't get that memo.
Okay. So
Ohmn has two things he wants to do.
Okay. What would Ohmn like to do?
If he can, he would look for Sevgi and or Tali. I don't know if they are always with each other or not. Probably not, but
Tempest twins, would it be particularly difficult to find each of you?
Tali would probably be chilling in the canteen.
Sevgi would probably be training.
Okay. Well, there is a window from the canteen looking out into the front yard, so it would be very easy to call one or the other over. So if each of you are okay, we can say the three of you can get together and have whatever conversation.
I'd say that for starters, Ohmn go to the canteen, get himself a strong drink, and with Tali being there.
Sure. Okay, we'll start with Tali.
Are those debriefings always so tense?
Well, not really. It's kind of a tense moment right now with Ander.
Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you, by the way.
Or what?
You and Sepki. I'm impressed by the combat prowess the two of you showed.
Oh, cool, thanks. Yeah, I get it from our college.
I'm not as familiar with most of the gods of the Empire. Not an interest of mine, necessarily.
Well, if you ever do get interested, just let me know, and I'll be happy to, talk about our college. I have a shrine if you want to see it too.
Of course. I spoke with Laureen about this, and perhaps you've been around the town here for a while. Is there some place to buy? I need to replace my spellbook, and frankly, I would rather avoid the larger cities at the moment, or in general.
Well, we usually get our magic stuff from Milzer. I mean, it's usually kind of random. I don't know if he has anything in particular in stock. I think it's just really what he can get his hands on. But I mean, and the town's always growing, so there might be something that you can get now.
Laureen did mention Milzer, although in a somewhat dismissive and concerned manner of speech, if that woman can display such concern over trivial things as shopkeepers.
Yeah, well, I mean, we usually get like, I mean, the things we get are useful. They're just not that. I got a bug ring, and I show off the bug ring. Stuff like this that we find.
A bumblebee buzzes
I-
over from a nearby flower and lands on the ring.
Yeah. I'll like, if I have like some sugar and water, I'll dissolve some sugar and water and give it to the bee.
Sure.
Cool. Yeah, I'll do that. And also I have my magic rain stick. When you turn it, it rains on you for like a few minutes.
I do remember you using it to cool yourself off on occasion.
Yeah.
That's an
So it's-
endless supply of water.
I think so. I don't know where it comes from, honestly.
It's probably worth a fair sum, especially in desert climates. I imagine something like that could be.
I never thought about that.
Well, it takes a mercenary to think about things in their weight in gold, I suppose. Anyway, if you see Sevgi, let her know that I'll glance out the window and I appreciate.
I think she's right out there.
I wouldn't want to interrupt.
Okay, I'll tell her later.
Suppose I'm going to go find Milzer and hope that the paper that I purchased from him doesn't burst into flames after a short period.
Well, honestly, that might be a possibility. He's kind of he's a character, but we love him.
Okay, and Ohmn will slug the glass of whiskey that he poured himself in.
Okay.
Bow as he walks away and go find a mystical, dangerous, crazy shopkeeper.
Okay.
I will leave that up to you if that is something you want to do anything with.
Yeah.
Probably
You
doesn't
got
have
to.
the stuff I'm looking for.
It's Milzer. You have to play out Milzer.
I do want to play that out, but there is other things.
Yeah, I think it'd be better if it played out with everyone there, because we
Oh.
all get to enjoy it then.
Milzer is always a fun
I
place
know.
to go.
Because, I mean, I do want to go by Milzer's at some point, because who knows what we might find.
So, I... Yeah. So, you can leave and head down to where various people direct you to Milzer's shop. And actually nailed to the front door a sign upside down. You kind of have to turn your head. Reads, "I am lunch." And the door is currently locked.
I will look for other shops to try to find.
Oh, we have to go rescue Milzer.
Yeah.
If it
so-
helps at all, specifically, I would be looking for wolf and or deer pelt. I would be looking for twine, and I would be looking for high quality paper and inks.
Right.
In fact, magical. I don't remember how that works. I'm looking for stuff to build a new spellbook.
Yes. The furs and twine. That's all easy enough. Yeah, you can go down to the market and get all of that without really much concern. I mean, for some pelts, for a ball of twine, some wood of various quality to make the actual backings and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, we'll do that for 15 gold. Just to get some nice animal pelts, really.
I suppose I should ask,
Mhm.
Was the 1,300 gold that we got divided amongst the party members at the time?
I think it was. I thought we divided it, but
I
that's
was more asking everybody else whether
Right.
or not that had taken place yet.
I think that we calculated out, or someone calculated out how much it would be individually. I don't think we ever said, but sure, it can be divided.
there would have been plenty of opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because we didn't explicitly say it, I don't want to assume anything, but
Yeah.
we'll put
Sure.
260 gold in my inventory.
Okay. You know what? We'll even call that 10 gold, because I mean, animal pelts are just animal pelts. It'll.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. As far as fancy paper and ink, does it need to be magical, or does it just need to be fancy?
I don't know the rules for making a new spellbook. I know there was a whole thing about it.
Yeah.
I feel like it would need magical inks, but I don't know.
Yeah, it just says you need 2 hours and 50 gold pieces worth of material components that you expend. Yeah, it just says fine inks. I would say yes. It would take it would take purposely enchanted ink to do so. The paper would have to be at least like really good fine paper in order to take the ink properly. Yeah, it would have to be specifically made. It would have to be specifically made. So yeah, you can go around and you can. Well, let me actually, because the town has grown since its initial conception. So let me take another look at exactly where are you? DuPont. Here we go. Take this whole packet out. Okay, lots of information on DuPont. Because the town has increased to... Yeah, so you do actually find an actual bookbinder that you can go to that does have paper and inks and whatnot. They don't have specifically enchanted ink and paper that you are looking for, but as long as you if you present your Arcane Census information, they can get it for you.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't do that.
Okay. They shrug off the strange request from somebody who surely cannot possibly be a member of the Arcane Census. Like, what are you going to do with magic paper? And you can excuse yourself.
Yeah, basically, do the same thing that I did to the horse stable guy. Just like, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So back at the guild hall. Sevgi, you are outside training, and I would say there's not really anybody here who really focuses on staff combat, like you are going for. So you don't really have an instructor. Tuneris does sort of coach you on fundamentals of the way you stand and the way you move, keeping your eye on how to look at an opponent, how to move, how to anticipate attacks and whatnot. But for the most part, he's teaching you very basic things, and it's going to be up to you to sort of improvise and just sort of go with the flow of how you want this combat to work. So, do you have any idea of what you would like to focus on with a more martial prowess? Something more defensive, something more offensive, like real blitz, get in your face real quick. Something more flowing, or something more flowing, like it would be dexterous, or something more just I'm gonna beat you to death with this stick.
I guess. More. I guess since she's kind of starting out, kind of more going more with the flow. But I guess eventually she'll go more defensive.
Okay, interesting. All right, I will keep that in mind. Make me a spell casting check. So that would be a charisma check. Charisma plus proficiency. Okay. As you are going about some of these motions, you're focusing mainly on just getting the form correct, and just focusing on the actual mundane martial practice of moving and hitting things with a stick. You're not necessarily focused on any sort of arcane involvement with this. A couple times, once you get into actual real basic sparring, not even like going full force attack, but just one-on-one, actually practicing forms and actually coming into contact with each other, gentle as it may be. Eventually, after a little bit of this, after you're either when you're particularly getting into it, when you're particularly getting excited about what you are doing, or if you should get frustrated by the difficulty you're having in picking up this new combat form, your staff meets a training sword that Tunoris has, and as it hits, there's a brief flash from your thunderbolt medallion at the end of the staff, and there's a quick sort of small thunderbolt, a small echo that happens. Not enough to throw anybody backwards or to blow anyone's ears out, but a noticeable sort of thunder crack as you put a bit more force into one of these blows. You both sort of regard that as unusual, but Tunoris really doesn't have much training when it comes to your particular arcane ability. In fact, he realizes that the practice he uses for calling upon his smiting ability probably wouldn't be compatible with how you actually do things.
Okay.
but it's a curiosity that you have during this training. So that'll be something we can work on.
Okay.
So for the rest of the day, for the rest of the evening, you guys can go about what you are doing. And I will note, Regina actually... Let's see. No. Regina would hand over some reports to Laureen. And... Yeah. No, nothing really I can elaborate more thoroughly on that. But the rest of the day goes by without much of anything happening. So we're going to time skip for a little bit, unless there is anything in particular we want to do. I'm going to have a couple days go by. Akila, actually, you had some...
Yes, some things.
Some crafting ideas.
Yeah.
So I will remind you that at this point you are spending almost all of your time studying herbalism. Because actually I miscalculated how much more time you needed to actually unlock your herbalism, but I did say you were going to get it.
Yes.
So I am going to say by the end of this downtime that you would have your proficiency in herbalism, but it will drastically cut down on what else you can do.
Right.
Or you can choose to go about doing various things, and I will give you the actual number that you would get studying herbalism as a sane person. Right now, as it is, you are spending almost every waking moment studying herbalism instead of a normal 6 to 8 hour day. You wake up, throw your head in the herbalism book, and fall asleep on it at night.
No, I think I'll study like a sane person.
Okay. So that being the case, you will have a bit more to go before unlocking herbalism proficiency.
That's fine.
But you would be at 640 hours out of 840 hours. And
so could I have half proficiency?
Yes, you get half proficiency, and you're able to self-teach. You are no longer at a 2-to-1 ratio. So you'll have half proficiency, and it'll go by a bit quicker.
Okay.
So
cool.
that gives you some time to work on other things. What would those other things be?
Yes, well, we talked about it. I was looking at making sort of smoke bombs and some sort of, I can't remember what I even called it. Some sort of noisemaker projectile.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned explosive arrows, which we'll see how that one works out. And also, the other thing with the silver dust.
Mm-hmm.
So those were things.
Akila's trying to poison the stomach.
No, actually, not stomach.
Okay. So that is a lot to work on. What is your first priority?
Honestly, probably the smoke bombs first, because that one I think is an alchemy thing, which I am already proficient in.
Yes, okay. So, as far as smoke bombs, let's see here. Yeah, this is easily something that alchemy supplies would normally let you do. So, basically, I would say the way this would work, as standard, I would say if you want to create a basic sort of smoke bomb, that would be just a 10-foot square. That would be the easiest alchemical concoction you could come up with. If you want to try to make a larger smoke bomb, it will get increasingly more difficult to do.
Yeah, well, I think for the first time I'm just going to go for basic, since this is literally the first time I've made one.
Right. Okay. So, I'm going to say you will have to go out and spend 50 gold pieces on material to do this. This will probably be more than just one smoke bomb worth, depending on how you roll. But you do have to buy the materials in this quantity.
50 gold pieces?
50 gold, 50.
Okay, that's fine. I can do that. It's not like we just got 260.
Right.
So, yep, that's spent.
I don't know why you would. Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and make yeah, we'll call this wisdom based. So make a wisdom check with proficiency.
Okay.
This is you experimenting with things.
Oh, so this isn't the alchemist tools?
Yeah, this is alchemist tools.
Okay.
Yeah. But you still have to have an attribute, a stat.
Yeah.
To apply to that.
Okay, so this one plus proficiency then, right?
Yes. Yeah. Wisdom and proficiency.
10.
Okay. Yes, that is just enough to make these without issue.
Good.
Yeah. In fact, as you are concocting this mixture, you notice as you are grinding up the materials and starting to mix different reagents together, there is actually a faint trickle of smoke, as if you're almost adding too much, and it's starting to react before you get everything set up in glass vials and whatnot. I will say, you do manage, I mean, just barely getting through. I'd say you managed to make 2 of these smoke bombs.
Okay.
You get the sense with practice you could probably make more from 50 gold worth of material, but you ruined some of the components and you have to start over, and it was an experiment. But you get 2 of these smoke bombs that produce a 10 foot by 10 foot, so 2 square by 2 square smoke cloud. And basically it's in a little glass orb, and you chuck it explodes, and it reacts, and it goes poof.
Yep.
Yeah, so really 3-dimensional space would be 10 by 10 by 10.
Yeah.
And to get any larger, you would have to play around with the mixture in order to make a larger reaction. So you managed to make that. That does take you. I will say, because you are experimenting, you do this over the course of 2 evenings.
Okay.
Anything else? What would be your next priority, or do you just want to keep working on smoke bombs?
No. Do I have any time to work with the silver dust sort of thing I talked about?
Yeah, actually, silver dust would be fairly easy because
I've got silver pieces.
Yeah, the Empire doesn't bastardize their coins, so you get a silver piece, it's pure silver. So you really just need to grind it down. And silver is a fairly soft metal, so it'll... Yeah. And I would say you don't have the tools to do so, at least not efficiently. Is there somebody you would like to...
Well, there's Habrick, who inevitably will have a file or a grind... Well, he's got to have a grindstone.
Yeah. So you can go to Habrick and ask to borrow his grindstone and a file and whatnot, and you can easily reduce silver coins to silver dust.
Yeah, just a couple silver.
I will say, if you want like a nice handful of silver pocket sand, we'll put that at
1 million silver.
Yep.
No, that would be ridiculous.
I don't have a lot of coins here, but we'll
Hope you have big pockets.
This is probably going to make a lot of noise in my microphone.
Oh. Well, keep in mind, it tends to take up more space when it's in a powder form because there's extra air in between everything.
Yeah, we'll call it, just because there may be some waste with wind blowing and dropping things and whatnot. Yeah. We'll call it 20 silver for a good handful of sparkly pocket sand.
Done.
Okay.
This is still less insidious than the version I thought up.
Yeah, you could make some really dangerous things for certain creatures. Okay. So we'll say, because grinding down coins will take some time. So we'll say between your studies and doing this that you spend the next couple evenings working on that and your alchemy and whatnot. Okay. So we're gonna skip ahead probably about 5 days or so. We'll call it 5 days. Let me actually mark that on my calendar. Now, I would say, because we are jumping ahead in time a little bit, Tali, I know you wanted to go on a bit of a walkabout.
Yeah. Just to, check out other arcologies in the area. I just kind of arcology hopping.
Okay.
And to give her souvenir to Hajin Ray, too.
Right.
The paperweight.
So, specifically... Specifically, you would know that if you want to go and visit the major arcologies of the Genavian province, you would go. Let's see. You can make a stop by Cairquin, though I assume you wouldn't stay too terribly long in Cairquin because you've already sort of been around that area. You can stop in Cairquin. You would go to the capital of Genavium. You can go to the barony of Windal. You can go to the capital, Neos Noa. You can go to a border village on the border of Korsta. And then you can, if you wanted to, you could take a trip back to your hometown if you have any reason to, since you'd be so close to Korsta. And then you can head back. But for the most part, this will take up the entirety of your downtime. So, if you leave, you'll be pretty much out of anything that's going on in DuPont until you get back.
Things are going to happen.
Do I want to do that, or do I want to see things happen to Akila?
Wow!
Jeez. I'm really curious to see what's gonna happen to Akila. Because what it shows gonna happen, like, what, a few days?
Yeah.
Is when her outfit. Okay, so
Well, we're
Tali would actually she'd probably wait until after whatever happens to Akila happens and then go.
Okay.
She'd stay for moral support.
Sure.
Sure, that's what she's staying for.
So we'll skip about 5 days. This would mean you would not have time to visit home. You would have to pretty much stay within Genavium. So you'll have to shave a little bit off of the itinerary I kind of planned for you, but still doable. So you'll stay for a couple days.
Cool.
Ander, to your surprise, a few days do go by and nobody comes to drag you out of your room in chains. So you wake
Yes.
up every morning like, is this going to be the day? What's happening? And I assume you largely keep to yourself, just waiting for whatever verdict to come down on your head. But a day, 2, 3, 4 go by, and nobody really seems to bother you.
Well, I suppose if it was going to happen, they probably would have already done it and not given me a bunch of time to run away.
Test.
Okay.
Or they're expecting you to run away and are stationed at every single exit.
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
sniper rifles.
Like the moment you step outside the gate, get him!
I mean, I assume I'd probably like just have been up and around town,
Yeah.
because otherwise go insane just staying in that one little room. I say, considering
Yeah.
that how I've lived my life for the past almost year.
Yeah. So much of your day is spent in that one tiny little room.
Literally this room.
Yeah, I know.
So I guess if no one is hassling me, I will go back to my initial plan of, I guess, trying to work with the Lear some.
Okay.
Trying to hopefully instill the same morals that people were talking about so highly with him into the Lear.
All right.
Still definitely trying to kind of keep low profile about it. Don't need
And
That
tell him to
brought
get
too
rid of that emo swoop.
yes.
Okay. I do really want to get to Akila because I know I've been torturing her with drawing this out for the last 2 months.
Months.
Well, we can go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
We can come back
Nothing.
if we have time.
Yeah. So
I feel like
so you'll spend some time with Lalir, which I assume you do in a fairly inconspicuous way.
It, like I said, it's more philosophy lessons than anything else at this point, because
Right.
there's only so much I can teach considering how we wield magic, so it's
Right.
more about mindset and worldview.
Yeah, and I do definitely want to get to that. I think you'll spend these next few days really discussing with him, and we will see the aftermath of those discussions, or the abridged versions of those discussions. But for now, we're going to skip ahead 5 days, and that will put us on the 19th of Sheol.
I've already been through my ringer. Let's put Akila through
Yeah.
hers.
She's been in the ringer. She's just gotta get through.
Yep. And for Arlene, that is a mare.
Well, thanks. I didn't want to ask. I was going to figure
Yeah,
it out, but
yeah.
I appreciate that.
Cool.
Cool.
Look at, okay, I just noticed something and it's fantastic. Alright,
What?
don't worry about it. So, I'm bringing that back.
Fucking hate it.
Regina's birthday?
Now that's a shirt I need. Don't worry about it. Okay,
Yeah,
so,
don't worry. It's not an anxiety problem.
yeah, so about 5 days go by, and yeah, so we're going to pick up. You've probably spent the last few days, again, working on your own studies and working on some of these creations of yours. So probably not a lot of time for general like martial practice or whatnot.
Yeah.
We'll say you are just getting out of your room after a few hours of intensive herbalism training to go down and get a snack or something, get a drink from the canteen, and that is when you notice, almost bursting through the doors, not aggressively, but definitely with purpose, the double doors of the guild open, and in walks Adderhast. And I'm going to leave you to describe Adderhast because I believe you have your own interpretation of who he is.
No, go ahead. Describe him, because I don't remember how I described him before.
Okay.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
How he looks like.
Adderhast is definitely a tall, bulky figure. He is just a standard human. So still probably a good head and a half shorter than Akila. Maybe about a foot shorter than Akila or so. But by the way he carries himself and the way he walks, you wouldn't notice it. Not until they are side by side. He's jacked. He's a big guy. And he is quite hairy. He's got very thick arm hair. He's wearing a very simple tunic that does sort of crop down, and you get the sort of Hasselhoff chest hair. This sort of his hair is a little longer, and it's not necessarily well manicured or anything. It looks like every now and then he'll take a blade to it and just chop off the back of it to keep it from getting too long. And you would also notice, much like Akila, he does have his arms are all full of scars. And there's definitely just a presence to him. And he walks in, takes a look around at the guild, sort of gives it a sniff. Looks over at you at the cantina.
Probably got deer in headlights look going on there.
Pup?
Yes.
Kind of shakes his head. What kind of mess have you made? Alright. Looks like we're gonna have to hash this out. Where's the old lady? Yeah, walks... as if it was a rhetorical question, he continues to walk into the guild hall, heads over to the stairs, and just sort of shouts up, Stavika! He just leans up against the railing of the stairs and waits, because he knows it's going to take a few minutes for Stavika to hobble her agent ass downstairs.
Yeah.
Can I just point out the difference in the two people you are associated with?
Mm-hmm.
Look, one of them I like.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, one of them is fairly likable, even for me, who is deathly afraid of him knowing about me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the other one...
The other one, we wouldn't be upset if she disappeared.
And with this very noticeable shout, everybody in the guild hall could hear this, so if you would like to be audience of what is happening, you can easily pop yourself out of wherever you are. Regina does actually open the door and look around and recognizes, if only from reputation, because I don't believe he's been here before.
No, he hasn't. Because last time we met was in Kirkwin.
Yeah. And she does sort of leave her door open and just kind of lean against the door frame, just seeing what's going down. He does notice Regina and... Ma'am? I actually have to, You know what? He wouldn't say. He would just... Ma'am? Adderhast. I'm here for, Akila. Whatever's going on here.
Oh, a lot.
Thank you for having me. And Regina just gives him a nod and...
Having him like he didn't just burst through the door.
Yeah. Well, our facilities are yours for the time being. Much obliged.
will say, I have to imagine there's a certain similarity between Adderhast and Regina,
Mhm.
like on a fundamental level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come in from outside and see what the hell is
Yeah.
going on.
You would have noticed this big guy just walk past the
Little guy.
training area. Give you an acknowledgement of being out and practicing, but would walk on by. And Taylor, remind me if you remember Adderhast's weapon of choice.
Oh god, it's a sword, longsword. I think.
I didn't think it was a great sword. I think it's a
No,
longsword.
he's longsword.
I don't think he bothers with a shield. It's just whether he wants to
No,
go
he's just
one-handed or
longsword.
two-handed. Yeah. So you can see almost Witcher style, two different swords on his back. And a couple minutes go by, and Stavuka hobbles down the stairs. Goes over. Does have to stay kind of 2 steps up from the bottom in order to lean in and whisper to Adderhast. Right?
Right here.
Make a listen check. I will say she is blocking her mouth, so you can't read her lips, but you can make a listen check.
Okay. 17.
Yeah. Okay. So it does seem like they are confirming that they got each other's messages. And one particular thing she would mention is, well, to her credit, she did admit to not following directions again. So I suppose there's that. Right. She shakes her head and drags him into the library. As they walk in, just a couple seconds later, Laureen goes shuffling out of her library as the door slams behind her.
I like that.
She has a number of books in her arm, and she just kind of looks around and goes upstairs. She as well has a room here. And a little time goes by. Is there any sort of anything you would like to do?
If you want, Anders' hyperventilation corner is always open. You can share it with him.
Nope. Akila's gonna face it. Whatever it is.
Cute.
I mean, I faced it too. That doesn't mean you don't want to hyperventilate a little beforehand.
Nope.
So I imagine
Alex is gonna give Akila like a pat on the shoulder. No, she can reach it. She can probably reach it.
She can barely reach it.
If you're like pat, be okay.
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay.
So mostly just trying to stay composed. Not really.
Yeah, I assume you stay in the sort of cafeteria area and just wait for whatever to happen.
Yep, waiting for the hammer to fall.
After probably about 15 minutes, Adderhast does come walking out, walks a few feet out of the library door and stands around, crosses his arms, looks about. Walks over to you in the cafeteria and Rikers himself over a seat.
Okay.
Man, you really screwed the
love the
pooch this
thing.
time.
I know.
This is what I was worried about the whole time.
Hmm.
You leaving the pack. Leaving your brothers and sisters. I stand by it. I don't think you were ready. But you made your choice. You're not leashed to me. You're bound to the Order, but you're not leashed to me. This is definitely causing ripples back home. And, the old lady's not making it particularly easy for any of us. Well, I'm sure that's not hard to believe.
It's really not.
It's a shame. She really could have been quite a boon, quite an ally. I'm not sure exactly what you did to piss her off, but once she makes an assessment of someone, it takes a lot to change. I've done what I can. And it seems you have some friends in high places. I understand that most recently you were put in a rather perilous position, and in order to save yourself and your new pack here, that you disobeyed a direct order. But you did disobey an order. They're gonna stick to that. I can understand. They're gonna want to stick to that.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them would rather you have perished. I think that's a waste. There's not a lot of precedent for situations like this. It would be my recommendation that you come back home. Be amongst the pack. Be amongst your family. Be amongst the church. I think you still have a lot to learn. Like I said, you're not leashed to me. And you've, you never really fully embraced the Order. You've always had your own ambitions. I tried to shape that into something healthier, more useful. I think you left home a little early. What's done is done. Certainly grown in the last year. I don't know if it's in the direction the Order would have preferred. But there's a change in you. I can see it already. This could go real easy, or it could go real difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Easy means leaving all this behind. Coming home. Probably a lot of rigorous training, meditation, study. More than a little time with Stavika and those like. You choose to stay here. Maybe possible. I'm sure there will be restrictions. I'm sure those restrictions, will be a little heavier-handed than simply, we prefer you not to do this.
Yeah.
What do you have to say?
Maybe I did leave too early. I felt very directionless, and some days I still do. But I think that slowly I am becoming more focused here. I had a moment when we were in the mountains when I had contact with one of the All-Mother Saints. It's the most connection I felt to her the entire time I've been with the Order.
That's quite a blessing. What prompted that? What prompted that, if you could say?
I've been trying to find some connection. One of my companions, they are very closely tied to their saint. And it made me see things a little differently than I had before. You know, I always kept it at arm's length before, but I wanted something more of an actual relationship after seeing the sort of satisfaction she seemed to gain from it. And so I began reaching. Fumbling, for certain. Still not very good at it. But perhaps I'm getting a hand in bridging that gap.
The Saints don't visit just anybody. They don't pop by for a chat.
No.
Many of us can spend our whole lives in devotion. Speaking to them, praying to them,
It's enough. Just knowing that they listen. See it around us. Feel it in the course of your life. Or you should. If you're paying attention to it. If you're open to it. But to be
And perhaps they
addressed,
saw something with it.
to have their favor, enough for a vision, that's something. Can't speak to what that is, but know it's something. No matter what me, or her, or the census does, I'm sure it's already been taken into consideration. Who you are isn't in question. Whatever greatness they see isn't in question. That's our concern. Don't squander it. Perhaps you are meant to be out here. Maybe you'll learn more from these people than what I could taught you. It's interesting how those who are lost tend to find their way when they're least looking for it. Maybe you should stay.
I do not want to leave them.
Just know we do what we do under the sanction of the census. It took a lot to operate the way we do. We're allowed a certain latitude that most others aren't. Kept on a very loose leash. It's a leash nonetheless. And I'm sure it's about to tighten for you.
Yeah.
Now I think I prevented a straight-up execution. Probably not incarceration for life. That'd be a waste. But it was on the table.
I'm not surprised.
At this point, Stavika does finally exit, and you can see her walking over. Adderhast leans in and sort of grabs at your wrists, and you can feel he's sort of not painfully digging in, but he is very tightly grasping your wrists, and he pulls you forward and leans in and whispers into your ear. Redeem yourself. I believe in you.
I will.
This sort of almost forcefully push your hands away, stands up, and walks back over to meet Stavika. Instead of continuing the rest of the way, she will simply stand there and Yeah, she's going to call you over.
Mm.
It seems a
Alright.
decision has been made. You do seem to have gained the favor of enough people. But you have not demonstrated. You can see there's sort of a very tense and almost faltering conscious effort to remain somewhat official and cordial in all this. It has been made evident enough to the church and the census that you don't yet fully comprehend your role. Therefore, can't be entrusted with the privileges it entails. This is not a conversation to be had here amongst the hall. I will prepare a space by this evening. You have until then to do whatever it is you want to do. She storms off, actually goes out the front door.
What is going to happen?
I told you about all I know. You won't be executed, and you're not likely to be incarcerated. And if you do refuse to return home, there's only so much recourse we have.
Mm.
Yeah. He again leans into you.
Mm.
And with a sigh, it's likely we'll have to poison your blood.
What does that do?
It hurts.
Fantastic.
It makes what we do difficult and painful, more than it already is.
I'm going to guess I can't just purge that out.
No. This will be made specially for you.
Very well.
I know you disobeyed because you had to. I just hope it doesn't come up too often.
I was not about to let them die if I could prevent it.
Well, in the future, it's going to be more difficult to prevent it.
Mm. Well. And before that happens, I have a request.
Well?
I wish you to fight me. It's been a while.
It has. It has. Well, sure.
Good.
We don't have long.
No.
Let me talk to her.
Alright.
I'll be right back. He heads outside. A few minutes later goes by. He comes back. Well, seems I've stayed the gavel for a few hours longer.
Alright. There's a pit outside.
There is. We'll wait until after dark.
Alright. That's cheating.
Oh, you'll
Oh,
see
he's
fine.
human. Wait, he's human. He doesn't have dark vision either.
You see a sort of quivering canine-esque smile creep across his face. Make a perception check. It's not really a perception check. It's more of a remembering check, but it's a wisdom check, and I'll give you proficiency.
Okay. So, sure, I'll just do the perception. 18.
Yeah, tonight's full moon.
I suspected that's what was going on. It's like it's something to do with the moon. It's either full moon or new moon. I think it's
Okay.
full moon.
So, we'll skip ahead a few more hours until after dusk.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any preparation you would like to have?
Tell all of us so we can watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, definitely they're all welcome. If the group is welcome to watch. Anyone's welcome to watch, really.
Oh, we'll get popcorn
I
from the
don't
canteen.
I think we actually are. Probably that was more of a joke.
Well, it's not like they don't. It's not like. Well, Outer House knows that you know what she is.
True, but I would imagine that doesn't help your case.
Well, I think that's at this point is different matter. Slightly different.
Yeah, they're fighting in the sand pit in front of the guild hall. That's pretty
After dark.
noticeable.
That's true. That's probably gonna make some noise and just draw attention no matter what.
Yeah. But no, I mean,
So Tolly's definitely going to be there eating popcorn.
I've got my sparkly pocket sand.
Well, let's save everybody speculation. Yes, Adderhast will march whatever procession there is out of town to do this.
Okay.
We are not having this fight in the sandpit.
Fair enough.
I was really going to be surprised.
I keep forgetting it's in the front. I always think it's in the back of the guild hall.
Still,
Literally, even after you've said it's in the front, I forgot and thought it was in the back.
That's fine.
But okay, sure. Outside is fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
Okay.
I guess you guys are welcome, or at least allowed.
Okay. He'll leave it up to you. Real weapons, training weapons, no weapons.
Not doing real weapons since like I've told you this isn't like a formal challenge or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll do practice weapons.
Okay.
Those can always be tossed aside as necessary.
Yeah. He will hand his swords over to Stavuka, who can barely hold on to them, as he replaces them with two practice longswords. And you can grab two practice larger scimitars specifically made for you.
Yeah.
And we'll march the group out of town.
Yep.
Yeah, Regina's gonna come along. Stavika's gonna come along. I assume the rest of you are joining the audience.
Yeah, I mean, if we're allowed to watch,
Yeah.
I definitely don't want to miss this.
Ohmn, are you interested?
I suppose so.
Okay.
This isn't the kind of thing you get to see every day.
Nope. Or every night, even.
Okay.
He would have been more interested in a fight to
Okay.
the death, but
Yeah.
Not that kind of fight.
Okay.
that's fair.
It's
Yep.
Okay. So you head out of town. It is a bright night because a large full moon is in the sky. Mina herself is witnessing this combat.
God, that did end up perfect.
I wonder. I hope not.
Okay.
Don't wonder too loud. Remember, people can hear very well now.
No, I was gonna say. Oh, it was more like. Does that affect them the same? Oh boy.
Ah, yes, fair enough.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It's more about you and full moon.
Yeah, I mean, I have wondered this actually. It is a thing
So-
I've very much wondered.
We might end up running a little over tonight because I do wanna play this out. It's not gonna be a full like one-on-one roll
No.
initiative combat sort of situation, but I do want to play this out if we all have a little bit to go over.
Yeah, I'm willing to stick around to see this.
Yeah.
yeah, I want to see
Can't
this.
really do too
Exciting.
much. I
Okay.
do leave tomorrow, so I
Right.
got some shit to do.
Okay. I'm hoping this doesn't take too long. We'll take
Yeah, I mean, I have
10,
to.
maybe 15 minutes at most.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like I can't stay super long anyway because
Yeah.
I have work tonight.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Or
have like another hour. I have like another hour before I need to leave. So.
or I will put it to you because I don't want to rush this. I feel like we could get through it, but I always feel
I
like
think
we
we
can get
can.
through things.
Come on, let's try it.
Okay, so we head out, full moon, high in the sky, and he does sort of beckon everybody to stand back as he walks about 30 feet or so away from you. Folds his arms. All right, pup, this will be interesting. Let's see what you can do. And he drops into a stance and pulls out a longsword.
Yeah. I'm just gonna pull out her
Mm-hmm.
swords.
Okay. Like I said, we're not going to go full on combat. But I do want to see what the initiative is like. So go ahead and roll initiative.
Yes.
Holly, did you bring the popcorn?
Okay.
I'll hand Ander a second bag of popcorn.
So,
I brought multiple bags.
okay. Whew, okay.
Fuck.
So yeah, he draws a longsword, drops down into a stance, and just beckons for you.
Okay. And to start out, she is just gonna come at him with swords.
Okay. Yeah. I don't want to drop into a full combat, so we're
Yeah.
just going to do probably best 3 of 5 to see how this all works out, augmented by various things you are doing.
Yeah.
So if you are just going in for an attack, if you're not It's sort of like another mini skill challenge. So you can choose to use a skill in order to see how things go, or you could just straight attack.
Yeah, I said for right at the start, it was just a straight attack.
Okay. So go ahead and roll that attack, and I will compare that to his own roll and see how that works out.
Okay. I'm gonna roll it as the unarmed because it's a +6, whereas my actual swords are +7.
Right.
Because of their bonus.
Yeah.
Shit.
Okay. That's.
I'm not off to a great start.
That's perfect, actually, because you do sort of charge at him. Both scimitars drawn, and you go in for a sort of cross slash, and he just sort of parries both of them at the same time, twists around behind you, and just slams the wooden sword into the small of your back, and you go stumbling forward a few more feet. First mistake. He drops back into his defensive posture again. This time one-handed, and just waits again.
I just hear from the sidelines. Ooh!
Yeah.
Shut up. Okay.
Kick his ass!
Yeah. Gonna come at him again, but instead of try, I'm gonna try the pocket sand.
Okay.
The sparkly pocket sand.
That seems...
No one said blood hunters had to fight
cheating.
fair.
Yeah, that's entirely up to you whether you want to be honorable or not.
I'm
but
gonna be a cheater or not?
Hey, this was your original intent. So if you want to go up and throw sand in his face, that's all on you. There are no rules here.
No, actually, I'd probably do a smoke bomb in first obscure vision, and sort of try to come at him through it.
Okay. Go ahead and do this as if it were a ranged attack. This would be a thrown weapon, so you can use strength or dex.
I would use dex because that's better for me.
Yeah.
So am I just doing it as a dex check?
Yes. Okay. And I'll give you proficiency because I believe you have martial proficiency in everything as a blood hunter, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, so fucking hell, that's 9. What the hell?
Yeah. Well, he's got to roll for this too because this is still an opposed sort of thing. Yeah. So
hits the crowd.
You turn around and you're not used to using these things. So you do try to discreetly sort of unlatch one from your belt and toss it forward as you're running forward. Adderhast is focused though, and he you must have overcompensated. You gave away that you were throwing something at him, and you toss this over in front of him, and it does look like it would more or less hit in his spot. And he actually does sort of throw his leg outward as he sinks down to the ground and actually catches it and just throws it off in one motion somewhere else. Actually, yeah, for the fun of it, he catches it and just sort of, like, in one fluid motion, scoops it up and tosses it behind him, and it over amongst the crowd. As you go charging in. As you do so, expecting a puff of smoke to obscure you, you charge forward and go into like full aggressive stance, trying to get the most out of the cover that you assumed would be there. And Again, you see him go low. He actually rolls into your attack, knocking you off balance, and you feel as his claws scrape against some exposed skin, either the back of your leg or your arm or whatnot. He claws into you. You can feel those lupine claws of his, and then your heart goes boom, boom, and there is a searing pain that rushes through your veins. You start to feel lightheaded. You feel an uneasiness on your feet, and there's just that constant hot pulsing. After a short moment of catching your breath, it starts to subside a little bit, but there's just this underlying fire in your veins.
I'm gonna say, which one did he use?
Unleash the beast!
Shouldn't you be choking on smoke?
Unleash the beast!
As you stumble past again, and get to sort of catching your breath and righting yourself, he now goes on the offensive. In one motion, he throws his leg back around and charges at you. Yeah. So this is just another step in the sort of skill challenge combat. So what would you do for this round?
Well, for him, actually, I want to pull one of the fuzzles out of the patchwork bag of tricks, and whatever comes out, I'm just going to tell it to attack him or go at him.
Okay. Yeah. So you try to right yourself as quickly as possible, and you reach back and grab something else out of your belt. And as you are doing so, he just latches onto you. You can feel his nails digging into your shoulder as he leans forward into your ear, and he whispers, "I'm sorry, but I'm glad I was the one who did it." And you drop one of your animals, and it bursts out, causing him to push off of you. Go ahead and roll for whatever that may be.
Yeah, I've got to... Give me a sec, I've got to find the list. I've got to find my animal list. Okay. It's a giant bat.
Okay, perfect. It's a giant bat.
Perfect. I know, it's going to be... It's like, go at his face!
The giant bat actually is more than enough to push the two of you away from each other as it is summoned into existence between the two of you, and it does sort of charge at him and sort of harry what he is doing. You did win that part of the skill challenge, and it does knock him sort of off balance.
Not exactly what I was referring to by Unleash the Beast, but technically works.
So as he is fighting off of this bat, which he will eventually in short order either persuade to leave or rend it asunder, you have initiative as far as how you want to go about this. Remember, it is best of 5. He has 2. You have 1. And it's whoever gets to 3. Yeah.
Come on, Akila.
Well, yeah, fine. At this point, I'm gonna use my size and just barrel at him.
Okay. So another just straight attack?
Well, no, I said just more as like sort of try to barrel at him.
Okay. If this is not a straight attack, what would it be? What are you intending to do?
Well, again, she's like charging at him, more like with the intent of trying to knock him over.
Okay. In my mind, mechanically, that is an attack roll, unless you have mechanically something else you are trying to...
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's not so much she's trying to do with her swords, but just with her size.
We can call it an athletics check. We'll make an
I know.
opposed
It's like, really,
athletics check.
yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, technically, a regular attack would be better for me, but yeah, athletics is fine. Because
you're not really attacking, you're kind of bull rushing through. So it's not really an attack, it's more of an athletics thing. So we'll get with that.
Ooh.
I rolled something good.
Yeah, and he did not, so it's the tables have turned at this point. Yes, he does actually manage to grab the bat and just shove even a blunted wooden sword through this bat, and it kind of out of existence, just in time for you to barrel forward, just rugby tackle into him, and the two of you go sprawling down and rolling over on top of each other on the ground, and you're just in a melee. I assume you've dropped your swords, you knock his sword out of his hand, and you two are just rolling on the ground brawling at this point.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so he's going to transform.
Well, then she's going to do the same in response, even though, I know, it's going to hurt like fuck.
Yeah. So you're brawling on the ground, and you can hear this this sort of as he grows larger, his bones begin to crack, his skin begins to stretch, and he continues to grow larger and larger and larger, his coat getting thicker. Even though he is normally shorter than you because he's human, he grows even larger than what you grow to in your wolf form. He is a massive werewolf beast at this point. He is hitting the top end of what would be large in this system. He's not quite huge, but he's really up there. I mean, he could, even in your wolf form, with two hands, he could probably lift you up and chuck you. So yeah, he grows into his wolf form, standing probably a good 14, 15 feet tall or so when he's up standing on his back legs. When he's hunched over on all fours, it's shorter, obviously. You also you are sort of thrown aside as he gets the transformation off before you do, and he stands up and rights himself and lets out a howl. And I need you to make a wisdom check.
A wisdom check.
Yeah. We'll call it a saving throw. I'm still working out how I want to do this, but we'll call it a saving throw, which is probably better for you.
Better, but not great.
Okay. Let me consult real quick. I believe
21, 12.
Yeah. Okay. So as you because you didn't fail by 5 or more, but you did fail.
I figured.
You can feel as you are starting this transformation that pounding in your chest, the coursing of this heat in your veins intensifies, and it is incredibly painful. You can either choose to stop or push through the pain.
I remain committed to my course of action.
Okay. You take 21 points of necrotic damage, but you complete your transformation.
Fuck. That is a lot of damage, Jack!
It is a lot of damage.
What the hell?
Oh, fuck.
You got like 100 HP. Stop complaining.
Yeah, and that's a quarter of it.
Yep.
Yes, I'm gonna complain because that is a lot.
We'll tweak this, but that was a high roll, and
Yeah, because it's a D6 and this is you.
Yeah, as you complete your transformation, again, your bones crack, your skin begins to stretch, but you feel less resilient. You feel less capable of sustaining this transformation, and it feels like you have microfractures in some of your bones as their growth didn't complete properly. There are places where your skin has actually stretched itself and torn apart, causing you to bleed. Your body was not able to push through this transformation in its normal way, but you are transformed.
Did the rest of us notice that, like, that didn't go right?
Yeah, I'm sure she lets out a cry or probably howl of pain, which is clearly distinct from a howl of ferocity. And of course, she completed that transformation, is now bleeding from tears in her skin, and is probably hunched over, huffing a bit. It did not go right.
I was gonna say, do I need to make a save for damage?
No, I'm not gonna double down on that.
Okay.
So for instance, since you did fail, you could either choose to not push through it, and you wouldn't take any damage, but you wouldn't complete your transformation, or you complete your transformation and take damage. If you fail by 5 or more, you don't complete your transformation, and you take damage anyway.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. And you're an HP tank.
And you took a quarter of it in one go.
So let's wrap this up. This will come down to the final attempt. What are you bringing up this? Currently, he clearly has the upper hand.
Man, I really wish I had something I could do to surreptitiously boost her, but I really don't.
You're in enough trouble as it is.
Yeah.
That's why I said surreptitiously.
Could cast Bless.
Yeah, they probably don't want us interfering. So I was trying to figure out a way to do it without anyone noticing.
Yeah.
Because obviously something has her at a disadvantage. We don't know what, but that obviously wasn't right.
Guidance.
I don't know. After that, she's probably just gonna run at him.
Okay.
Because that was probably pretty disorienting experience, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Especially if you put together that you're, in theory, person you respect is the one that just did that to you.
I know, that hurts a bit.
Yeah, this was the blood poisoning.
I figured that part out, but...
That's messed up.
Like,
that
like I said, that hurt. Just not the physical hurt, but it's like, hurt my heart.
Okay. So go ahead and roll an attack.
That would be 14 because I get a +1 while transformed.
Okay.
Would you crit so badly?
So did I.
Yeah, you rush forward and you pounce at him and you dig your claws into his chest, and again, he stands a few
Why does
feet.
he get advantage?
Because he's huge, and because it's because he's huge, because it's part of his build, which is, not standard build, and because you are blood poisoned. Yeah, you latch into his chest, and I mean, you clearly sink your claws into his chest, and you do dig in a bit, and you feel like you're pushing through, you're getting the upper hand, you're about to bring him down, and then he just slams his claws down on your waist, pulls you off of him, and just chucks you behind him. And you go soaring through the air for a couple feet, land badly on one of your hips, roll over a couple times. You can feel your bones again begin to crack a little. The scrapes and stretches against your skin begin to be pulled tighter. And as you shake your head trying to right yourself again, he just comes barreling down on all fours, jumps on top of you, raises his hand, and throws it down at your face and stops, his claws just in front of your face. And he's drooling at this point. His front lips are well above his teeth, his canines bare, his breath visible, huffing in the night air, and you can see, looking in his eyes, there is an animal-like ferocity in him that he is just barely retaining. You can see the beast in his blood wants to rip your head off. And he gently puts another hand down on your chest and pushes himself back, which probably is painful in its own right, pushes himself off of you, and he begins to transform back down. And you probably do the same in short order.
Sure.
And he'll go over and he'll reach his arm down to help you up.
Takes it.
Okay. He grabs your forearm and with strength even unbecoming of his bulking size, hurls you up on his feet, on your feet, and he actually just bring you in close and actually wraps a hand around your head and brings you in for a hug, and whispers into your ear, "Make this right. Don't make me the one to do this to you. Find your redemption." And we're gonna leave it there as he does sort of fatherly caress the back of your head.
Fucking cheated though.
Yeah, so that's where we're gonna leave off.
Oof.
I mean, that really did come down to the wire. That was 2 versus 2, and it was best of 5. So that really came down to the roll there.
I was just like, yeah, good job, Akila.
Yeah, the cards were stacked
Does
against
not
you.
want applause.
Yeah, so I was like, the tally.
Yeah, I know. It's like she does not want applause for that.
Trying to be supportive, dang it.
Yeah.
It just starts to sound patronizing at a certain point.
Not right now. A little bit later.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Later, sure.
Okay.
So
At this moment, no.
we're gonna call it there. We'll pick up with all of the yelling at me in our after show, but I'm gonna cut it right there because I know we've run late. So thank you all for staying with me. Thank you all for staying with me, especially Christian. I know who has quite a crazy schedule. So I'm gonna let you all go. We're gonna wrap up there. Thank you for hanging out a little bit longer. I know it was a lot of talking this episode, but I love the roleplay. I much prefer roleplay to combat, and I think most of us are in the same boat. So I hope it was at least entertaining. I know the sort of a lot of TV shows do it where it's the police report thing where they question a number of different people and they get different responses, and eventually it gets repetitive. But I hope it wasn't too repetitive for you. I enjoyed the multiple perspectives and all the conversation that happened. And we've largely pushed through it. So next episode we'll have some more interesting things to go through, the immediate fallout of all of this, and some more, I don't want to say more upbeat, but less downbeat than what has currently been going on. And then we'll get into the next story arc for our adventure, which I'm super excited for.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Yeah, I think the rest of us are too.
A very interesting, one of my favorite side characters will be making an appearance next episode. So we have that to look forward to. Okay, cool. So we're gonna wrap it up there. Catch us next week for another exciting adventure. Again, pop by the Discord, check us out on Twitter. We have various announcements there. Again, one final shameless self-promotion. Head over to Patreon if you like what we're doing, if you want to help me put together more stuff, spend more time on lore entries, spend more time and potentially more money on fancy artwork and music. I know there's free to use music that I'd like to get into this, but it'd be cool to have an intro sequence. Not something as fancy and like full budget production as some of the other places, but I know a couple other streamers that I've been talking with have some really cool introductions. So I'd like to start stepping up the game. But regardless, if you enjoy us, go tell your friends and keep coming back. It is always great seeing people, especially reoccurring people, in the chat, in our audience list week by week. I really get a kick out of other people enjoying the crazy nonsense we get up to. And I'm hoping the more narrative, the more story driven aspects of this campaign will really start to kick off once we get through this downtime, because I got some cool plans. But I'm rambling at this point, so I'm going to leave you with that. Check us out next week. Again, Saturday, 2 p.m. We're here every week. I myself will be over at ELHMK1 every Wednesday at 8 p.m. if you want to check out some Cyberpunk there. And I am working on one more potential surprise, but I'm going to wait a week to announce that, just to make sure. But we'll have some more cool stuff coming at you. So, thanks for joining
even
us.
a surprise to us.
I think
Unless
I've
I'm missing something.
hinted it to you.
But yeah, this is Steven though.
It's more about me and less about this channel. But I'm trying to get out there, get my name out there, get this channel out there, most importantly. Anyway, yeah, we're going to go do an after show. So if you want to see that, pop by the Discord. We get one of those up every week. Except this week because it was Thanksgiving and I've been super busy. So little tiny bit late on my video releases, but we'll get that sorted out for this next week. So I will leave you at that. Everyone, stay safe, stay healthy, enjoy your time together, and we'll see you next week. Thanks for stopping by.
It's like, don't let Jack poison your blood.
Yeah, don't do that. It's painful. All right, bye.